And if there's anybody that would like to leave a lurk over on YouTube, be a whole lot cooler if you did. But no worries. Don't feel bad about it. All right, so the part that we left off on, yeah, thank you. Setting flags and setting the manifest. Technically, we already did the setting of the manifest. That part's good. Now we need to do the setting of flags, and that's a little trickier, but not that much trickier. Now let me double check. In the Go code, what are we passing to set flags? Right? Group name or ID and the group. Sure. All right, so bare minimum, we got to do this lookup again. All right, so we have a proper group ID now. All right, so our group lookup table is done. What we need to do now is loop over features and environments. And I already forget how to do that. All right, here we go. So this is going to be for environment and this is not manifest, this is group dot environments. Now here's the thing, this is a dictionary. How do we loop over dictionaries? It is just for key value in dict.items. Ah, okay. Yep. So here's the thing, if I only need the ID, then we're good to go. But, no, I need more than the ID. That's right. All right, so then group.environments.items. And this would be environment ID and environment. So what we want to do here and actually, no, we just do this. So this would be if Is there a good, like, safer way to test for the presence of a key? Right? This is going to be like a lookup error. Is there like a safe lookup method? If key in dictionary? Ah, okay. And then would I use not in dictionary for a negation of that? Like, is the keyword not acceptable there? I could look this up too. I'm just, you know, you're right there, so I figured I'd ask. Okay. So if group ID not in, then we just want to define it. Oh, interesting, pleb. I mean, which would you prefer as a Python developer? No, I enjoy the font. It is a good bit of, like, kind of a filter or a heuristic. If people can't get past it, they're usually not that fun to talk to. No, I didn't see that one. Yeah, there is at least a case for using it for people that suffer from dyslexia, because each character is distinct. So hating on Comic Sans is a little bit ableist. So yeah, setting flags. We do that part. It is a none as a return. So yeah, getting the manifest, setting the manifest, syncing the manifest. As far as getting flags, setting flags, and then syncing flags, very similar. Oh, and hold on. So yeah, self.set flags. This part would actually need group name or ID. I like the idea of calling this flag group. It's more explicit. All right, so we got these functions made now. Oh, a default dict. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I think for the most part we're done, though, as far as setting those lookup tables. So, yeah, I don't think... Like, you've pretty much seen all of the places we have to do that. But I do think, yeah, not a bad idea, Mr. Tumid. If I was doing it a lot more, I would definitely be considering it. So it's really just missing here. Right? We just want to implement that method. Yeah, not a bad idea. And yeah, how's it going, Synthcode? All right, so we got our should function, our should custom function. And yeah, this is where the real, like, meat of this whole thing is going to be. So, let's do this. We're going to say real IDs is equal to self.getRealIDs. Group namer ID, feature namer ID. What's up, Cassidev? How you doing? How's everyone doing over on the YouTube? Doing well. Doing well. Gonna have more video editing to do tonight. After this stream over on Gaming Stream. I know, yeah. How's the job search? Got a couple more I'm planning on applying to. Seems like they're looking for people to help develop, like, SDKs. One of them's even a company that, like, their whole gist is creating SDKs based upon your APIs. So, yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. So I'm going to apply to them. I just didn't wake up early enough to do so today. Yeah, we'll see. I think it'd be cool. And I also think, yeah, I can get, like, a proper job, but I think there's a couple businesses I'd reach out to for some contract type work, too. Because I think that would be really fun. Yeah, I was talking with someone at React Summit, and they mentioned how Tejas Kumar, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name properly, but they're basically like a contract kind of like DevRel person, rather than like working full-time at a company. Yeah. I'm fully remote. The contract work I'm talking about is like hopefully things that I could do in public still. Right? Things I could do here on stream. Like specifically, that's what I'm thinking about for a couple of these like contract companies. So instead of like full-time DevRel, contract DevRel could be a thing, right? Just a couple months creating SDKs live on stream for them to help, you know, raise awareness about their product. I think that'd be huge. Yeah, I think I'd have to make sure I work it out with whatever company I try and get full-time with, that hey, I may end up doing, you know, contract type DevRel stuff on stream as part of building my brand and blah 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 and all that, which I'd be really into, and hopefully a company would be into it too, because the more I grow my brand, the more I would grow their brand, theoretically. I think so. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and yeah, I'm really proud of this tweet that I made yesterday. I'll just copy it over for y'all. Okay, so once we've got the real IDs, what do we need to do inside of this sync function? Or not sync, sorry, inside of the should function. Yeah, I'm having a great day. How about you, Alex? Not sure what I'm going to have for dinner. I should figure that out soon. Fried chicken? I should use up those eggs. Yeah, chicken fingers. Sushi's not a bad idea. Again, I'm kind of on a budget, so I should use stuff that I can make at home and not let food go to waste. So I have some eggs I need to use up. And I've got a bunch of like steak and pork in my freezer too. Yeah, I could do pork chops here at some point too. That'd be pretty good. I don't have any panko breading though, which is one of the best ways to do pork chops. But yeah, so looking at what we got here. This is our should custom string function. We do that just so that, you know, we have one where we can pass a custom instance ID or use the default one. Exactly, yeah, super good for how easy they are to prepare. Like, I even have some pork chops that I like pre-seasoned before freezing. So if I want to do like the sous vide thing, they can just cook right in the bag. Yeah. But you got to make sure you cook it through well. You don't have to worry too much about trichinosis in pork these days unless you're raising the pigs. Because factory-raised pigs, there hasn't been like an instance of trichinosis in factory-raised pigs for a long time. Here in the US, at least. It would indicate an entire shutdown of that farm. Have I used ChatGPT? What are my opinions about using it as a dev? I mean, as a dev, make sure you're not pasting in any proprietary code, etc., right? You've signed a contract that you'll not exfiltrate company code at most organizations. But other than that, if you have questions, ask it. Sure. I don't tend to use it much because the times I have used it, it was ridiculously wrong and unable to correct itself. So I had to use it for some FFmpeg commands, and it did give me a little bit of like a push towards like the arguments I needed, or the flags, etc. for FFmpeg, but it was still hilariously wrong. And when I told it, hey, that doesn't work, it doesn't even run, it would add like a trailing comma. And then I would be like, hey, that didn't work either, and then it would remove the trailing comma it just added. So, yeah. I think it's got a long way to go. But it did have at least a little bit of a help in building out the FFmpeg command I needed. Yeah, if you want to see it, it's basically what I did for auto bleep. So yeah, this is some pretty simple Python code that's wrapping Whisper timestamped and then just farming out to an FFmpeg command with the stuff we got from Whisper timestamped. And what it's made to do is do like the beep when someone swears automatically in audio. That's the main use case for it. I wonder why I would need such a fucking thing. Sorry. Had to do that for effect, right? Bleep. Quick thinking on the buzzer, Tim. You're back on the payroll. Use it a lot for SQL queries? I guess. I don't find SQL queries that tricky. Here's a quick question. Does it recommend subqueries or joins? What is its tendency there? If you want performance, you definitely should never use a subquery. Subqueries are for developer productivity, but they are terrible for the optimization engine. Oh, yeah, that's actually a mistake, Baffletude. Subqueries are basically a black box to the optimizer. Each subquery has to be evaluated in its own context, and there's nothing outside of that context that gets actually like optimized with it. So joins can be optimized by the optimizer all the way through. Anything that needs performance, you should not be using subqueries. When my mom worked at a large company I should probably not say the name of, you've heard otherwise? Ooh. I mean, that was one of the biggest wins she would have in optimizing some of these queries that would run for days on end that she would optimize down to, you know, on the order of hours. Her biggest win in all of those cases was optimizing a subquery into a join. Get used to using explain. Yeah. Yeah, this was on MS SQL that she was doing it, right? SQL Server. So maybe SQL Server has different characteristics with how subqueries get optimized. That's possible. Tried GPT to make a Docker Compose file? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's kind of cool, Harper. That's an interesting use case. So now I'm curious. Let me double check this. Subquery versus join performance. Yeah, generally speaking, joins are faster than subqueries because they can use indexes and other optimization techniques. right? Like, this is just what I thought was common knowledge. Right? Subqueries are for developer productivity. Joins are for database productivity. It does recommend joins at least for simple tasks. Gotcha. Right, so remember, yeah, joins tend to execute faster. I'm sure there's some edge cases. But yeah, Mike, the way I've had it described is that subqueries are evaluated as a black box rather than as an entire query, right? Which means that the optimizer can only do so much within that context. All right, so back to this. Let's look at what we're doing. So we do the get real IDs thing, right? We handle the errors here. Here we end up getting the raw feature, but instead... Ooh, hold up. I'm missing something too. Yep. Hold on. So we're setting manifest. We're not setting our flag group within the set flags. So we need to do that as well. All right, so there we go. We were missing that step. See, so that's usually not the case. That's why people tend to opt for subqueries due to readability. Right? Because, you know, as a developer, you can think of it as its own separate thing too. It's easier to reason about. Whereas joins are this like chain of things that you need to understand as context. So yeah, I you know, however you feel about it, and that's how you feel about it. All right, so the next bit, we need to grab the environment. All right, we're going to do this. It does depend on the engine. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . makes sense. Hold on. What is a CTE in that case? I'm not familiar with the term. Is that basically a view? Common table expression. Okay, so I'm unfamiliar with those. I don't think I've ever used them. All right, so I need another exception here. Group lookup error? It's not a lookup table, though. Group not found error. Oh, interesting. What engines are those common in? Is that a Postgres specific thing? Doesn't that suffer from the same subquery problem? Yeah, I'm curious. It seems a little odd to me. So being able to join on indexes is only part of it. It's more like an alias in some cases. Yeah, I think being able to join on the indexes is only part of the optimization steps, right? The query optimizer itself, would it still be a bailout of the query optimizer? And again, I'm not sure. I'm asking, so I could be wrong. They can execute in parallel. Okay, and that's part of what the query optimizer's goal is as well. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I would assume that, yeah, it probably doesn't have the same problem as subqueries then. Okay, cool. And that does seem pretty readable. Okay. Yeah, I've never done any BigQuery stuff. All right, so group not found error. Right, so the group with ID blank was not found. And we should probably just do a comma. Or sync flags yet. All right, cool. So we've created that exception now, so we can raise it. So then we do environment. This is going to be environment not found error. It needs to take in the group ID and the environment ID. So the environment with ID, group ID, was not found. Within the group with ID, group ID, and while we're at it, we should probably do feature not found either, or as well. And feature ID is a string. And yeah, hold on. This part is actually wrong. Make sure that the environment exists within the group in your flag config. Something like that. We can always improve the error a bit. So the feature with ID, feature ID, was not found within the environment. With ID within the group with ID blank. Make sure the feature exists within the group. Actually, yeah, this is basically the same thing. We should capitalize environment because it's an entity we care about. Alright, so boom, feature ID there. And we should be good. Alright, so we do feature there. And honestly, we're going to end up calling this twice. It's a fair amount of code that's going to be duplicated. Alright, so def p get feature, self, real IDs, it returns a feature, do a pass for now. Oh, and hold on, is def p not it? I thought there was, hold on, I'm thinking of something else. Python private methods. We just need to prefix it. Okay. Yep, never mind. They don't have def p. That's a that's an Elixir thing. Oop. Define it below as well. So there we go. Feature we need to bring in. Oop, there we go. And then here at the bottom, it's basically all of this logic. So then this becomes environment dot features. That becomes feature ID. Yeah, should be good. Now here's the thing. Are we actually gonna need to call get real IDs separately, or is get feature really all we need. So maybe like all this logic and get real IDs goes away. I think it does. Which ends up meaning that we might not even need this real ID structure. MT Labs, why is it sometimes not there? It's usually there. No, not always. Yeah, I don't know why. Not sure. Could be that my Mac Mini is sweating and it just can't spend the CPU cycles. I don't know. Yeah, not sure. But yeah, how you doing, MT Labs? Yeah, I don't think we need real IDs. Yeah, so it simplifies this logic, and it's going to simplify our value function too. So I think that's worth it. And yeah, we could probably end up simplifying other SDKs too. It was there a few minutes ago? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it crashed. All right, let's just try restarting the extension host. All right. So now that we got the feature, we need to do some of this stuff. So first thing is actually if... No, it's not my extension. And yeah, we're not seeing the timer. But no, it's just called power mode. I can get you the link. There you go. So yeah, they're over on YouTube. Just wanted to share that to them. All right, so if scheduler dot oh yeah, hold on, we haven't imported scheduler yet. Ooh, in Python, do I want to do triple equals just for safety? I think it's fine. All right, so if our schedule is not active, we bail. Otherwise, and here's something, does Python have pattern matching yet? Probably not in 3.6, right? Yeah, 3.10. Well, shucks. There's equals and there is. Okay. What's more idiomatic, is or the equals? If you were to be editing this code base, which would you prefer to see? Or does it matter? So if not X, if X? Okay. Sure. I'm okay with that. Python does have switches, though, right? Yeah. Oh, it doesn't? Oh, from 3.10 upwards. Shit. Okay. So yeah, if we're on 3.6, we can't do it. Well, yep, can't use it. What time is it? 3:40? Yeah, we got plenty of time still. All right, so yeah, we got about an hour before I think DM Mulroy will be joining us. I do see him over in Nate's stream, so yeah, we might see him soon. So yeah, if not scheduler dot is like that reads a little weird, but whatever. So yeah, I guess we just got to do the if elif stuff. So if feature.featureType is feature type Vexilla feature type? Wait, did I really name it that? No, it's just feature type. I'm not sure where it even got that value. But we need to import it. I think that was left over from a previous thing. Oh, and yeah, real IDs goes away. Let's get rid of that type real quick. No, we can't do that, Mr. Tomed. We just have to check if it's not active and return false. If it is active, we can continue on and evaluate the flag. So yeah, no, we can't return the true value. We can only bail out if it's false. And yeah, hold on, MT Labs. Let me read what you're saying. Thanks for the link. It's a cool feature for the stream. Sometimes watch it more than the code. There you go. Do I know what the record we have is? Oh, no, those are fine questions, MT Labs. I don't know what our record is. I know it has activated before when we did like a paste or when we ran some like automated code changes, like via CLI stuff. So when cheating, I think we've gotten it up into the thousands. I think just normally I've gotten it to maybe like 100. I don't type very fast. All right, so feature type dot right, so gradual, selective value here. This one's actually going to be a raised exception. Our value function is going to be very similar, except that we're just going to check for value, and then anything else is a failure. Right, so this is a union of string, int, or float as the return value. Value here is very similar. We do self, we do these, sleth, an or statement? For which part? Like, technically, all of these are going to be handled completely differently. So what you're seeing here as a pass is just a stub for now. All right, so self, group name or ID, feature name or ID, and default value, which is also union stir int or float. Or did you mean the or statement here in our union type? In the if-elif? Yeah, no. So we can't do that, right? We're going to copy and paste what we got here, but that's only because of something else we're doing, right? And we're actually going to refactor a good bit of it. All right, so then if not active, return default value. Here at the end, return default value. And then for these, we actually just want to check for value here. We could do is not. Oh, and hold on. And then we might not even need the elifs. We'll just do pass for now. And then from here, yeah, I don't think we want to do default value. Instead, we would just do return feature dot value. Hold on. So I think, let's do this. We'll do is value. Pop that up. And then here we'll just do, I like the idea of an elif here, if only for readability. And it's just else, actually. Right? I know, Prime hates the idea of, you know, an else after a return. I'm okay with it. Because I think for readability, it's more explicit. Alright, so we'll do pass right there for now until we have an exception we want to create. So then here, do we actually know what the type of this is? It still doesn't really know. Because it's not like a proper type system. We at least know that it's a union of this, and a consumer should at least be able to see that value is a string, an int, or a float. So I don't think, yeah, I don't think it actually helps us. I was just seeing if we'd get better, like, type inference. But we don't. Okay, so yeah, we're not doing any of like the main logic in here yet, but let's do the exception thing, because I think that's worthwhile. So the exception we're going to have is invalid feature type. So feature ID, invalid should feature type error. Yeah, because then we know, right? So then this would be feature type. All right, so self feature ID, self feature type. Oh, that's a tricky one, Mr. Tomed. Yeah, I've never actually done advent of code. And yeah, let's pour a beverage. I think we're late enough in the day. Prepping for DM Mulroy to be here. Oh, hold on. poured water before the other part. Try and pace myself a bit. I definitely overdid it a little yesterday. And yeah, this Python SDK is going pretty smooth so far. We haven't written enough tests for our client or any of the other stuff yet. We're going to have to do that. But yeah, this will be good. Yeah, the Python is actually getting there pretty quick. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Yes, I have. I haven't done much with the app router. But, I mean, as an example, this is a statically compiled Next.js site, mainly because at the time, it was the only thing that had like a decent integration with MarkDoc. I'd probably end up rebuilding it in Astro at this point, because Astro has like a killer MarkDoc integration now. With the Next.js, I basically end up like doing my own step anyway, I think, because the integration didn't do what I wanted. So yeah, like the Astro would probably be just as simple. How was my day today? It's pretty good so far. You're working on some diagrams, Bob? Nice. Oh, those credits expire. Oh, interesting. That's shady. That's probably a feature I need to add to Walter, though. Right? I would never use that feature myself for a product I create, but clients would, right? You know, consumers of Walter. So yeah, I'd probably have to do that. Right, so yeah, let's keep going. So invalid should feature type. We're going to have an invalid value feature type as well, but let's figure out what this error is. So the feature with ID was not an appropriate feature type for the should function. Its type was feature type. the feature type is value. So instead, use the value. Oop. Method. So instead, use the value method. Right? Something like that. So then we have invalid value feature type error. So instead, use the should or should custom method. Yeah, cool. All right, so now that we got those two exceptions, we can actually raise them as expected. Hold on. So from exceptions, nested lookup table error. Yep. Invalid should feature type error and invalid value feature type error. Hey, Purple Elf, how you doing? Yeah, what were you up to today? Working on more Gumroad stuff? Awesome. Yeah, I love the fact that you're able to do that. Like, just, you know, work it on stream. Oh, you have a leak in your house? Oh, no. Oh, that's so brutal. Like, you got buckets underneath it or something? Right? Like old-timey movies? Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, hopefully you get it fixed soon. Yeah, you definitely don't want leaks like that going into winter. Oh, turned off the main line for now? Yikes. Also reviewed your code for money. Oh, interesting. I could do something like that. Oh, Tobbs is a big liar? I mean... Tobbs being Tobbs. Okay, for channel points. I get it, I get it. Okay. Yeah, that's a little more more respectable, I think. I'm just having fun. I'm sorry, Tobbs. Bad joke. No, I was just having fun. Oh, really, MT Labs? You think it's hidden? Nah, so there it is. Like, you know, I haven't moved the file thing yet. So yeah, it's just inconsistent about when it shows up and when it doesn't. Oh no, it's weird. But yeah, we are working on Vexilla. Thank you for the raid once again. Gonna try to do some amateur plumbing? Oh god. I mean, oh no. You definitely could make it worse. It's like a weird valve that's leaking or something? Okay. Is the fix gonna involve a copious amount of duct tape? Possibly some plumber's putty. Gonna involve a wrench and seeing what you can do with it. I think you're fine. You got this. For sure. You got it. No big deal. And just whack it with the wrench. Right? Maybe get some Flex Seal. You already have some Flex Seal? Nice. There you go. Yeah, they made a boat. It's got to be good. I moved something and it fixed it? Did I? I don't remember moving anything, but okay. Makes sense. Oh, there you go. Okay. Gotcha. I missed that joke. Oh, thank you for being awesome. Yeah, good luck. I think you got this. It's not rocket science. So yeah, everyone joining from the raid, we are working on Vexilla, which is a static file-based feature flag tool. That means that most of the logic exists within client SDKs that you would bring into your code base. The client SDK that we're working on today is the Python one. And we're getting pretty close. Still more work to do, and we're probably not going to finish it before DM Mulroy stops in later, if he's still planning. You know, I haven't heard anything otherwise yet. But yeah, we are very close to at least finishing the public-facing methods and APIs. After that, we're going to need to do our scheduler, and then after that, we're going to need to write tests for everything. And then after that, we need to write the logic for generating our types. Yeah, thanks, Tobbs. Yeah, I thought it was a good name, too. All right, so invalid should type feature error. We need to pass the feature ID. And the feature type. Ooh, and instead of that, we can just make this an else. Yeah, way better. All right, so now we don't need that pass. This return false here is probably not necessary, because all of these other branches will either return or raise. I don't know, Tobbs. They did a really good job with a lot of their word naming. All right, so yeah, we got that invalid feature type there, and here we need to raise this. So then raise invalid value type error. This is also still just feature.feature ID and feature.feature type. And man, this logic is so much simpler. Yeah, we do kind of need a lot of this complexity in the Go code, but we could simplify it a bit too. I think refactoring this once we have some good types or tests would be a great idea. All right, so boom. I think we're good. Yeah, so that value function's actually done. Now we just need to do the logic within our feature type, our should function for these feature types. And yeah, everyone coming in from the raid, what are you up to? Anything fun? Anything super cool? Anything you're looking forward to at work or in your side projects or anything in the coming weeks? All right, so if feature type is toggle, you just return feature.value. So that one's easy. If it's gradual, TobsDB. Ooh, what is TobsDB? Essentially a DBMS. Okay. Do you have any links or docs or anything? Feel free to link us. Interesting. I'm curious why you did tobsdb.github.io/tobsdb. Sorry, Sploos. It's a comment we get often enough that it's just not even worth seeing or engaging with anymore. Right, I get that, Tobs, but why not have your docs just be the org page? Right? Like, this doesn't even resolve to anything. You know you can have a GitHub Pages URL. Yeah, for sure. Yep, just throwing it out there so you know. I believe you just name it this URL. I can't remember if, not like without the subpath, but I'm pretty sure you just create a repo with that name in your organization, and it'll actually take over as your organization level docs page. So, yeah, just throwing that out there. Could be a cool improvement if you're looking for it. Yeah, no worries. Hold on, let me double check. Do I have scully.github.io? I don't. Did I end up doing this too? Nope, never mind. I don't remember what I named it. Do I feel my wrists and bones getting messed up? No, so Sploos, one of the big important things about typing is maintaining neutral wrist position. Right? Because I don't have perfect, like, home row, like, actual, like, typing skills, and I type fairly slow, right? I actually do, like, I move from the elbow and shoulder rather than from the wrist. And if you find yourself doing micro adjustments from the wrist towards backspace or enter or any of those other keys, that's actually what's doing a lot of the harm to your wrists. Micro adjustments like this that you do thousands of times a day. So instead, maintaining neutral wrist position is one of the biggest things you can do for your wrist health. Split keyboards help you do that in many cases. But even some people with split keyboards, if you watch the overhead cam of Glasses typing a lot, he does the micro optimization or micro adjustment towards backspace all the time. So even if you have a really nice keyboard, bad habits will still do you damage. Also, because I type slower, I spend more time thinking about the things I need to type before I type them out. And I think that's important. I think that's really worthwhile, right? Measure twice, cut once kind of stuff. Ooh, hold on. Let me check one thing. Okay, just double checking one quick little thing. Having backspace for your thumb? Yeah, that's an option. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. There are some keyboards that have, like, the split spacebar. Remapping one of those keys to backspace would actually be kind of really useful, I think. But yeah, hold on. Oh, it's Scully.io. Oh wait, no, we forked it from Scully.io. Scully. We didn't make Scully, so it's Scully image I was looking for. That's right. Alright. I think it is just Scully image. Let me find it. I need icons for these things. Yeah, scullyimage.github.io. Alright, that was it. Yeah. So, here we go. Yeah, so Tobbs, here's an example of how I'm doing it for an organization right now. So yeah, it's just the name of the, you know, your domain. So it would be your organization name.github.io. And I'm pretty sure they just end up doing that for you under the hood automatically if you follow that convention. So yeah, something to try and double check. I'm not sure where the docs for that are. I'd have to figure that part out. Oh, absolutely, DM Alroy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. For sure, man. Yeah, enjoy your dinner. I saw you say it over in Nate's stream. I'm lurking there too. He's killing it. Yeah, I think this is one of the like most consistent viewership numbers, like elevated, that he's had for a long time. So yeah, I hope he keeps doing like the interview stuff. This is pretty cool. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, DM Alright. So yeah, enjoy your meal. Hold on, what are you eating? This is a foodie stream in disguise. You know that, right? I'm gonna be doing fried chicken again. Ooh, breakfast for dinner. Nice. Sorry there, TwitPix. We get that comment often enough that I'm just tired of dealing with it, and I think most of stream is tired of dealing with it too. Right? Who's the person that that had it deleted previously? You still out there? Hold on, who was that? Sploos? Right? It's pretty common. No, it's okay. It's just one of those things where at some point we got to draw the line somewhere. Right? It's so common that we implemented a counter for it, and I don't even increment it every time, and it still happened 461 times. So at some point it gets really boring to deal with those comments all the time. It's easily like 2 or 3 times a day, bare minimum. But yeah, no worries. I appreciate the apology. Thank you. It's actually rare to get an apology for it when I do my lecture. All right, so the gradual feature. What we want to do here is return it's going to be hasher dot hash value so a custom schema declaration thing. Nice. Yeah, that sounds cool, Tops. Are there other tools that you're directly competing with or that were inspirational to you? Is there anything similar out there? Is EdgeDB kind of similar? I've been tracked. Oh no. I knew I should have used my VPN. All right, so hash value here, we want value to hash, which is going to be custom instance ID. And the seed value, which is feature dot seed. And we want that to be greater than or equal to, no, less than or equal to feature.value. Now, hold on. Let me look at my hasher. We do modulo 100, then we need to divide by 100. You're going to be using Bson? Interesting. Any reason specifically for Bson instead of JSON? Hold on. I know I have a presentation about this. I want to double check some things. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of something totally different, but hold on. Here we go, data serialization. Let me double check this. Hold on, I need my notes. Okay, so B encode is the one that could cause data corruption because it converts booleans to zeros and ones. Okay, so yeah, Bson should be fine. Yeah, I just remembered that one of the ones that starts with B has data corruption issues. But yeah, should totally be fine. I'm curious why Bson instead of something like protobuf, though. Faster parsing? What is the language that you're building in? Golang? Okay, so yeah, in Golang you may have similar stuff. Let me double check. So hold on, we see easy JSON is something like 27,000 or 2,700 nanoseconds per operation. With Bson, we're seeing 3,200. So are you sure? Yeah, I would say be extra sure that the library you're using for serialization is correct. Because, right, like easy JSON is faster than the BSON implementation. Now, this is 5 years ago. It could have changed. So keep that in mind. Another thing to be considerate of is how many allocations per operation. So 29 with BSON. You can get down to 9 with EasyJSON. Allocations are going to be important as well. Right? I would say maybe check out pretty much any of these ones if you're looking for absolute speed in Golang. Right? So cap and proto, flat buffers, proto buff. Those would probably be something worth considering. Up to you. Just throwing it out there. Yeah. If you're considering BSON, I would say, right, only for the sake of speed. Nah, that ain't it. Now, the amount of data over the wire is an important bit. You'll be able to serialize BSON smaller than JSON, but that's not always the case. Go sleep? No, I'm good. But yeah, I would actually like look at message pack, cap and proto, or protobuf. I think protobuf is probably what you're looking for. Protobuf's especially useful because you don't have to parse the entire payload. If you only end up needing one of the earliest like fields, you can actually stop parsing the protobuf the moment you get that field, which is huge. All right? You don't even have to parse the entire thing. I believe with BSON and JSON, you still have to do so. So, some stuff to think about. I think protobuf is actually what you should be looking at, especially if you're concerned about speed. And, you know, if you look at it, hold on. Oop. Yeah, protobuf has amazing support in various languages, too. Right? And if we look at... Hold on, where was it? Yeah, so the protobuf stuff, right? You end up still defining, you know, the syntax. You can do so in a proto file or even a JSON file. So you can set your schema using JSON that you're familiar with, and it can be composable still too, right? So you can have references to various other types, like I'm doing here, right? Friends can be a repeated array of a friend schema, right? So nested schemas are possible too. It does mean that you need to define that friend schema within the same context though. So friend would have to be here, example could reference it. So there's a lot of really cool stuff you could do with it. So worth checking out. I think one of the important things is if you want to do these in a more composable way, you may end up wanting to do like friend as its own JSON object, and then when you want to finally turn it into a protobuf, right, via this constructor, you would actually just compose the JSON together into your eventual like protobuf thing. If you're going to do it with the proto files, it's actually a lot simpler, I think. But it's been a while. I could be wrong. So, yeah, I'd say definitely look at protobuf. And yeah, I made that talk 5 years ago. It was one of the first things we did here on stream, too, which is interesting. Not one of the first, but it's like way up there. It's like within the first year of streaming. I made like that talk and presented it at 2 or 3 different local meetups. So yeah, no worries, Stops. All right, we're gonna pour another one of these. We could probably finish hacking out this last little bit here. So the selective, we'd just check for that value within here. So this would be return custom instance ID in, and we could just do the list of feature.value, right? Right? If feature.value is an array, we could do custom instance ID in feature.value and be totally good, right? So I think we're done. Boom, nailed it. This code is quite simple compared to some of the other languages. I'm going to commit what we got real quick. Dude, yeah, take your time. No worries. Yeah, I'm just wrapping up and committing some of the work we've done lately. I'm like almost caught up with the OCaml because the Python is pretty rapid to develop against, which is kind of funny. But also, I've got practice. Like, this is like my 6th, maybe 7th SDK, so I'm getting faster and faster at it. The Haskell one would probably still take me forever, though. And what's up, Filter? How you doing? Bam! There we go. Am I planning to do more SDKs than the ones we already have? I mean, we've already got a few more that we've been working on with other people, etc., like OCaml. If you're talking about like the ones I already have over here on vexilla.github.io, which is, this is the deprecated version, keep that in mind. The main goal is to tackle these initial 10 first. So for the most part, I need to re-implement these because they're the common cases. The OCaml SDK is coming along, and we're going to end up pairing up with Bad Cop at some point to do either a Bash or a C++ SDK, which would be cool. But yeah, so far of these ones that we've done, JSTS, Elixir, PHP, Python, C#, Go, and Rust. Technically, we're still working on the Python one. So that's 7 of them so far. Ruby, Lua, and Dart will happen eventually as well. So yeah, I think our core set of SDKs for launch will be, I think, 12-ish. Somewhere around there. As far as launch, maybe we don't need to do these 3 at launch. I'd probably... I think realistically, the Ruby one would be worthwhile. We're going to need to do a Java or Kotlin one and a Swift or Objective-C one as well, right, for mobile devices. So, yeah, we're going to have to add those to the list eventually. But do they need to be part of our initial launch, or could they be added later? And I think we could add them after initial launch. But yeah, there's a lot of work we got to do. So we'll see. We'll see. And yeah, before DM Mulroy is ready, let me go close this window. It's getting a little chilly in here. And yeah, this is a good hoodie, isn't it? The llama hoodie. Yeah, mobile's going to be essential, right? After we get iOS and Android kind of stuff done, then we might consider doing the Dart stuff. So yeah, the list of languages will probably end up being around like 15 eventually, I think. Which is huge compared to other feature flag tools as far as first-party support. It really whips the llama's ass. Yeah, exactly. If anyone doesn't know, that's a Winamp thing. I think I got it on Amazon. So yeah, I'm pumped. Yeah, this SDK is coming along. You're good to go? All right, yeah, let's get set up. We're gonna pivot over to some OCaml stuff with DM Mulroy. I'm gonna leave the music going for a moment while I get this going. All right, so yeah. Cool. Ooh, nice. Looks like you improved the lighting a bit.
Got another light that's not working well.
Okay. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, you got like the lighting just right, actually, because right, have you heard of, I think it's Van Gogh lighting? No, something lighting. Damn it, I'm forgetting who it is. But it's basically like you have like the stronger light on one side, like kind of level, and then you have like a a lower light on the other side, and it gives you like that triangle on your cheek.
I've got I have an office door right here into like a bathroom. I have that bathroom light on over here because I bought like a key light and I have to return it or exchange it.
Aw.
This light here working perfectly. This one's just finicky, so we're using the bathroom light as the lower light on the left side.
It's working, yeah. Rembrandt lighting is the name of it. So yeah, it's actually once you recognize it, you'll see it everywhere because it's one of the cheapest ways of lighting while still like having dramatic effect and blah blah blah. But okay, let's launch into the Discord. Go ahead and give me the call when you're ready. Join video call. Muted, so I shouldn't be doubled up anymore. Perfect. All right, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Can you still hear me?
Yes. I need to mute some audio. Your guest star should be good there. And I need to crank the audio over here. Go ahead and chat just a little more so that YouTube can verify.
Test, 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 test.
Check, check. All right, cool. Looks like we're about even there too. Awesome. Let me update my titles. Cool. All right, should be good to go.
Sweet. Let me just get a little organized here.
Yep, take your
probably
time.
have a bunch of stuff open. In fact, we can just close all of that. Don't need all of those. And probably will want, well, actually, I think, where did we end off last time? We were writing JSON deserializers and we're talking about getting ready to merge my repo into your repo, I think.
Right. Do we have the tests passing for the client yet?
I think we were going to merge my repo into yours and then use your test server potentially.
Right. Okay.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, let me just look at our commit from last week.
Yep, no worries.
All right, so we added this datetime library, right, to deserialize our p time. We have some example JSON. Right, we updated our schedule code to use our datetime. I think we went through all our types and wrote deserializers.
Mm-hmm.
That all looks good. Oh, I remember we ran into that weak type problem last time. I went down such a rabbit hole after we got done streaming last week.
Oh,
I was
really?
in some academic papers on OCaml. It was real interesting.
Curious. Okay.
The long story short is we were having this thing where we had to annotate a type to get everything happy. And the reason why is because in OCaml, the hash tables are technically mutable under the covers. So that introduces essentially a way for the type to escape So you have to explicitly annotate it. There's like a few edge cases in the language, and that just happens to be we ran into one of them.
Okay, kind of interesting that that we would on something that I kind of consider this a simpler code base than some of the like larger stuff out there. So yeah, I wasn't expecting to hit any of those edge cases.
Well, there we go. I admittedly, actually, this project is the first I've actually used a hash table in. I generally just end up using the built-in map.
Okay.
Okay, this looks good. Let's see where we're at as far as like tests and stuff. Vim. Yeah, let's go in here and let's open up a console. And let's make sure we can build. That looks good. And I think it's at run test. I always forget how to do this. All right, we have one test failing. Is schedule active? Oh boy.
See, haha. This is the time zone issue.
All right,
Almost
let's go look at that test then. How's the font size, chat? And what
it
up,
could be
Nightshade?
bumped up just a little if you don't mind.
Not at all. If I could remember my keybinds. Okay, so our test is going to be in here, and this is that, and our test schedule actively daily during. Okay, so we're saying we're getting the current time, and we're going to subtract 1 day, and we're going to get 1 day. Then we're going to add an hour. Or I guess we're going to get an hour before now and an hour after now. We're going to create a schedule with the time type of daily, UTC for our time zone. Our expected will be true. And let's see here. Yeah, this seems like it should be returning true, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is where just UTC like rollover is getting us somehow, because this test fails in most of the other libraries too. So I don't think this is a problem for what you're doing. I think this is somewhat expected because there's a flaw in the way I have set this up ahead of time. So I don't mind if we get this merged in as is.
Okay, I mean, I think you're probably right. Like, what is the time UTC right now? UTC.
I think it's like 1.
So it just rolled over. Yeah, this test will pass in 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That's my guess, at least.
We can confirm that in a second, but let's, I guess, open up a PR against your repo and get this merged in. I'm going to answer some questions in chat quick. So I am Stevo. The difference between map and a hash table is that hash table in OCaml is going to be a mutable data structure, while map is going to be a immutable. Let me throw this up here. I can go show an example of this. So if we go probably in the docs, look at this lovely website that the platform team has been working diligently on redesigning. Let's see here if we can get to maps. Yep. So this is how we generally do like key value pairs. It uses, I think we talked about this last time, but I remember reading recently that I think under the covers, the implementation of a map is a red-black tree that's abstracted for us as callers or clients of the code. But like these are all the functions we have on our map, which is going to feel super similar to our hash table. It's just immutable by default. Yeah.
So would it have made sense to use maps instead of the hash tables?
Probably might be more like idiomatic, but like I don't think it really matters because we wrote like kind of a what like a immutable functional feeling API around our hash
Okay.
table. In fact, people calling our lookup tables have no idea that it's a hash table under the covers.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much. I
Okay.
mean, technically, our lookup will be faster with a hash table, O1
Okay.
instead of O log n, but
Sure.
I don't think at this scale of data we're dealing with, I don't think either would have too much of an impact.
Sure. I do imagine that there could be some people putting feature flag checks on like their hot path. So, something that is a faster lookup could be useful. So I think that's worth it.
Yeah, totally fair. Okay, so I close that and let's go clone your repo. Vexilla. And we'll jump over here. The clone button will be hidden because mobile. And let's make this full screen. Git clone, and then I will do. Oh, have I already cloned it? Yeah, cool.
Nice.
I'm just gonna get rid of that. And we'll say do a pool. Cool. And let's vim in there. Clients, and what would you like the repo or the directory called?
We could just call it OCaml.
Perfect. Okay, and then let's go up and see if I can. I don't know if oil is going to work outside of the project root, but we're going to try it anyways.
What is oil?
Oil is it's what I use instead of a file tree. It basically lets me treat my file system as like an actual buffer, so I can like write, copy, and stuff. So I wonder if I can just yank that and go back into normal Vexilla and then packages and then, nope, clients, OCaml, paste. Feels like it might work.
Okay. Would we actually want to paste the whole folder, or would we want to just paste the contents?
I was gonna fix that once we copied it over.
Yep. Yeah, no worries. I was just curious.
It looks like it got really unhappy because of too many folders, and that's probably because I copied our builds over too, which has a bunch of stuff we don't need.
Ah, okay.
So let's go. Let's just split pane this, and we'll go to Z Vexilla. That take me to the right one? Yeah. So let's do a doing clean, and we'll delete all of our build artifacts in here. And we're gonna have to make a new OPAM switch potentially. That's okay though. Let's remove -r.
So what is an OPAM switch in this case? I'm not familiar with the term.
OPAM switches, you can think of it as identical to like node modules.
Oh, okay.
It works a little bit differently. So like a switch, you can have like a global default switch, and or you can have like a per project switch. And the difference between like something like your OPAM directory and like your node modules is that a particular switch is tied to a compiler version. So I think we're built on 5.0.0, which we can probably upgrade. I can probably, when I copy this over, just bump us up to 5.1.0.
So I actually have this question. Is there any like issues with compatibility? Like what is the most used version of OCaml out there in the world? Is there a way to like find stats for that?
I would guess right now it's probably a mix between 4.14 and 5.1 or 5, like 4.14 to 5.1.
Okay.
there was a giant big release this year, the 5.0 version, and then I think it's quarter or maybe every 6 months they release another major version. Um,
Okay.
So the upgrade path going from 4.14 to 5 is probably a little bit slower than 5 to 5.1. That should be pretty straightforward, but
Sure, makes sense. Are there any language features that we're using from 5 that would not be available in 4.14?
no. Nope.
Interesting. Okay. So theoretically, we could even change our target to 4.14 and we'd be good, right?
Yeah, we should be able to.
Okay.
The big feature set that came in OCaml 5 was multi-core stuff. So that was like the big release that they've been working on for a long time.
Okay. And that, like, we're not doing any of that. So theoretically, like, if someone wanted to consume it in a 5.0 library, but we wrote it towards 4.14, would they be able to use that, like, forward compatibility?
Potentially, depending on our dependencies.
Right. Okay.
If one of our dependencies depends on 5 or whatever, then probably not. But
Okay.
I think it'd be, I don't know. I think we should probably target 5 or 5.0 or
Sure.
5.1.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, makes sense. Is there a good place to find, like, usage statistics?
That's a great question. I will have to get back to you on that. I'm sure the OCaml.org team has access to like all of the OPAM statistics, I think.
Right, but maybe they
so
don't publish.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just curious because I've had to target Python 3.6 for broad compatibility. I could go 3.7, but I definitely can't do like 3.12, So
yeah,
for certain languages,
yeah.
I
So
target older versions.
The latest release is 5.1.0 and the LTS is 4.14.1. So if you want to target the LTS, we can do that, or just go 5.1. Doesn't matter to me.
I do think LTS is probably like the more logical thing, and if it doesn't really change much for what we're doing, then cool. But we probably do have to check our dependencies then at that point, right?
Yep, we will try to make it happen.
Sure.
So we have everything. What is in our test.txt? I could type. Empty. Okay, well, we don't need that. Okay, so let's copy everything. What is it? /* up into Vexilla, and then client OCaml.
Yep.
-r. Okay. OCaml. Okay, that looks good. So in here, we're going to want to OPAM switch. If I could type create, and we'll do OCaml base compiler, and we'll say, what did we say it was 4.14.1?
Yes.
All right, this might take a moment here.
Okay.
Actually, the first time you create a switch, it can right. Pan switch remove. I could type, and then we'll go and create deps only. There we go. And OPAM is getting integrated into our other tool called Dune over the next 6 months to a year. So we'll have like one cohesive tool,
Awesome.
Which will be really, really nice. There was already some integration between the two, but it could definitely be better.
Okay. Nifty. And yeah, how was your day today while we're letting this build?
Good. It went pretty damn well. This morning on stream, we've been working on Create Melange app, and we made some really good progress this morning. if we change into our build directory, we figured out some bugs. We actually found a bug in Ink around standard in. So if I have some time this weekend, I might go try to submit a PR to fix that. We actually had to downgrade. We had to downgrade a version to get it working. But we have the whole workflow for like collecting configuration options that a user might want kind of build out. And tomorrow we're going to start integrating like our templating system for like, oh, I want a VDAP. Okay, let's template that out. So if we do our bun, we'll say, what do you want your project to be called? We'll just say foobar. We can choose between Vite and Webpack right now. Let's just say Webpack. Yep, we want to initiate that. Let's say we don't want to npm install. So this took way longer to get through because of the bug between these inputs. The focus was either staying on a former input, or as soon as you rendered another one, the program like lost its reference to like standard in and just like thought the process was over and just like ended. So took us a while to work through that, but we got there. Now we have all our configuration in a nice little object that we can go start copying stuff. We have bindings written to handlebars for our templating. I think potentially tomorrow morning we might write start writing or fork a Vite plugin for Melange. But yeah, some exciting stuff going on.
Awesome. Yeah, this looks great. Like really well done.
Well, how was your day?
Pretty chill. Making some really good progress on the Python. Like I'm almost caught up with what we've done for the OCaml, but it's because this is like my 6th or 7th one, so it goes pretty quick.
I heard you mention while I had walked away or I was getting set up or something that you're going to be tackling a Haskell implementation.
Eventually. I actually tried a while back and it beat me. But,
It beat you?
yeah, it beat me. But I think, with enough context, we could go back and do it eventually. I think that will probably be like later than anything. Say that again?
You could, Meta's not in stream. I was going to check. But yeah, you could like do a collab with Meta or Pick. Same way.
Yeah, I know Pick really likes Haskell. Yeah.
I think Meta wrote it professionally for a while too.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
At the one company in the world that does like production Haskell. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's not a bad idea.
I think he also writes. I think his full-time job is Clojure now too. If you wanted a Clojure client, you could probably collab with him on that.
Yeah. I think the Haskell, Clojure, and some of these others are like edge cases, but probably still worth handling at some point, for sure. Yeah, I think on my list, the next ones up are going to be Ruby and possibly Dart. And I definitely need to handle like Kotlin for the JVM ecosystem and probably Swift for the iOS ecosystem.
Oh, Swift will be cool.
Yeah.
I'll have to tune in to watch you write some Swift.
Yeah, I haven't written much Swift, so it'll be brand new. But I do have experience with Objective-C, so I think some of the patterns should at least be somewhat familiar.
Okay, so we should be installed, assuming I've actually kept our Dune project properly up to date. Let me close that. Let's see, let's Vim in here and look at our Dune project. Oh, right. We need to install a couple more dependencies.
Yep, makes sense.
OCaml install, and we want to...
We just got a fat raid from Nate Codes. Total surprise. I did not see this coming. Wink. I was lurking over there.
What up, Nate? What up, Raiders?
How was your stream? Yeah, what were you up to today, Nate? I think you were recording for your podcast, right? It was a good stream.
Surprised am I as well.
Yep, exactly. I'm also a raider from Nate Codes.
Bum bum bum.
Yep, exactly. 5.5 hour stream. That's your longest ever. Ooh, nice. I really like when you get into that flow and like just, you know, boom, like 5 hours pass, you don't even realize it.
When I get like a day off, like a holiday or something, like, and I don't have to stop at 10 a.m. for work in the morning, it's just so easy to blow right past that and just keep going.
Exactly.
Like my second coffee kicks in and it's just like, let's go.
Yep. Yeah, I've done like an accidental 18-hour stream before.
Oh my god.
Not like accidental, but just like, oh, you know what? Let's just keep hammering through it a bit, and then yeah.
Dude, when you get in a good flow state, it goes. Or if you have like a really good like conversation with chat going, like it's so easy to burn more time than you think.
Yep. And yeah, this is back when I used to start at like, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. stuff. So like, yeah, 9
I will say
p.m. and then all of a sudden it's 18 hours. Like, wow.
I do like streaming in the morning because like I don't know, like I get so tired too. Like if like I have a long day at work or something, just burn out at the end of the day, gotta cook, clean, get everything done around the house. And it's just like by the end of the day, it's like I don't wanna, work on things. Maybe I want to like I think one of the most important things that I found with streaming is like consistency and having a schedule.
Mhm.
And like I would feel way less motivated if I was streaming after work to stick to a schedule than doing it before work because I have more energy. It's like the first thing I do. I look forward to it every single morning. Yeah.
And I think it's actually better for like the European crowd as well. Because if you're doing it early enough in the morning, you're actually like during their workday, right?
Yeah, I do get a bunch of Europeans in there.
Yep.
Yo, no problem, Nate. I totally love your stream. And chat, if you're not following Nate, you absolutely should be. Only narcs don't follow Nate.
We forgot to do this part. Oh, okay, so looks like someone else did the proper shout out. There we go. We got the other shout out too. So yeah. Oh, no worries, Nate. Nah. Legend upon legend. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, DM Mulroy is helping us build out the OCaml SDK for Vexilla, which is pretty fun. I'm learning a whole bunch about OCaml in these sessions, and yeah, it's really cool.
So this looks good, I think. Knock on wood. We don't declare... Actually, let's go back to our Doom project. This looks fine. We should pin our OCaml version. I just don't know how to do that. I think it's like equals 4.14.1 maybe.
Okay.
We'll find out. Let's do a Doom B. OCaml install. Do we have to install Alcatest?
So now theoretically, could we do greater than to like allow it to be used in like
what?
5 projects, etc.? Or does that matter in this case?
Hold on, Chris. Just was saying something to me.
My bad.
Why were the dogs shut out?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to. I think I shut them out and they wanted to get out because Gus's mom came to pick him up, and I kept them in here, and then they were crying to go out. So, you got Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Did you even ask me if I wanted Taco Bell?
You said you already ate.
She didn't get me Taco Bell, chat.
Oh no.
She didn't even ask if I wanted Taco Bell.
You didn't go to the gym. I earned this.
It is nice to earn some Taco Bell.
Okay. That just totally threw me off. What were you asking me? I'm so sorry, Chris.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. You're actually despondent about the lack of Taco Bell right now. I can tell.
I am. I'm like, just like, man, a crunch wrap sounds awesome.
Right. So I was wondering, how would we want to define this if we wanted to allow users of version 5 and above to still use this? Would pinning the version of OCaml here make sense, or would we actually want to do like a greater than?
We can try doing that.
Yeah, I'm just
admittedly-
curious. I don't know how it works.
We should be able to do that. Let me bump this over and we'll jump to the Dune docs. And let's see here. Normally just jump right to the stanza reference. So we want to go to depends. So package equals version. Okay. That's not the most helpful docs in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have that right though.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if we can actually build. So we're building on 4.14.1. We have, well, that tells me that we can build basically 4.14 the whole way up to 5.1 with our current dependencies as they are. These aren't pinned. We can generate a lock file too. So that will be useful.
Just for
I forget how to do that off the
reproducible
top of my head.
builds, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. But we are set up in your repo now, I do believe.
Awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, you could create a PR whenever, in my opinion.
Let's do it then.
Sure.
Git checkout. Let me add git checkout. Oh wait, do we need now have a git ignore in here? Does not look like it. But you should have a git ignore in your top level, right?
I probably do, but we can do it just like folder based too, right? Because it works just fine that way.
Cool. All right, we'll do that then. Clients, OCaml, touch dot git ignore, and we'll get into that. What's up?
One more question, and I'll leave you alone. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
When's the last time the dogs were out?
Like 25 minutes ago.
Okay, so Baxter doesn't actually have to go?
He might, but I don't. I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
He went out. I don't know what he did outside, but.
Okay.
We want to ignore build, OPAM.
Just don't feed the dog the Taco Bell. That could be a problem.
Dude, I would, if that dog got Taco Bell and I didn't, I would rage.
Are you still upset?
I am still upset. Okay, that should be good there. What else? Do we need to git ignore anything else? I don't think so. Those are like really the only build artifacts that get generated.
Later, Trash Puppy. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye, Trash. Okay, so let's add again. Git status. This all looks like stuff we want. Perfect. So let's git checkout branch. We'll say OCaml client.
Interesting that you commit the bin folder. What is the bin folder for?
The bin's gonna be like Go's command directory.
Okay.
Where it's like the entry point to the application. In fact, we might not even need that because we are a library rather than an application.
Right. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I was actually wondering that. Because
so as we like get to putting polish on this, like stuff like that, I'll probably end up cleaning up and getting like we'll have to figure out. I've never actually published a package on OPAM before, so we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Yep. I'm probably going to want to build out some scripts specifically for that. So yeah, that'll be tricky, but also cool.
Okay, so initial OCaml client.
Could you do like the prefix of like feet colon on the command?
Oh, right. I don't have permission. I have to open. I have to fork it and then set my upstream.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
What did you want me to do? I'm sorry. I mean, I'll fix it in my PR.
Oh, I was just saying for the commit message, like feet colon, right? Just doing like the conventional commit syntax. Like
How do I amend that?
Git commit dash amend. I haven't been doing the brackets. It's just been colon.
Oh, okay. That look good?
Yep. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep, you got it. And let's go make sure I'm logged into that one. And we'll go to Vexilla. And we'll do the old fork.
Got a spoon after your fork.
So then we want to get remote. Get remote, add, not upstream. We want to set origin to this. So let's do that. Do I have to remove? Get remote, remove.
You can also edit. Hold on, I think it's set URL. Yeah, that works too.
I nuked it anyways.
It's fine.
So now I should be able to git push that. There we go. And we'll open that back into Vexilla. Adds the initial OCaml Vexilla client. All right, we got our PR open.
Sweet. And I am willing to just merge that right on in.
We did it, chat. We snuck OCaml code into Chris's project.
I am stoked on it, actually. All right, boom.
I'm really excited to see that there's a bunch of people doing OCaml for Advent of Code. I think that's going to be cool.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I think I remember Bash Bunny's going to end up doing it in Zig because chat voted so.
Okay, one more question. Where'd your grill cover go?
The grill cover?
Yeah.
I think it's on the ground behind the grill.
Why?
I think it blew off.
Okay.
Why, are you grilling something?
No, I thought you grilled something, and I was about to be like, wait a second, you can't be mad at me about Taco Bell. You grilled something without me.
I was about to be like, you got Taco Bell and you're going to grill something without me?
Yes, I got your luck. No, I was going to let them out, and I was like, wait, where is this? I don't want anyone to be on it.
Classic Baxter. Okay. Yeah, I guess we need to like write our client tests now. Right? Is that, I think that's the next thing we do here.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds right to me.
All right, so it looks like we got HTTP in. That looks good. We're gonna fetch a URI. We're gonna get a response. Right. We need to finish our fetch.
So copy and coding, these tests are going to be for the top level of the client, which is our main like SDK thing, right? This is the top level of the SDK for consumers to use. this client needs to make requests to the JSON file, to the manifest file, and actually turn that into logic it can use internally, kind of like cached and magical. So basically, these are like
I will share my nacho fries.
almost like an end-to-end test for the client SDK.
Not with you.
Okay, so our fetch function, we have a type for hook. It's going to take some URL and it's going to return a promise result. Okay, I think we can work with that. Cool. I'm just going to yank that and paste this over here for reference.
Do you want me to feed you?
Hmm?
Want me to feed it to you?
No.
Oh.
If you don't eat all of them, I'll eat them when I'm done streaming later.
Oh, so like get out.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and eat.
Why
eat
not?
these on stream.
Why not?
Because they're going to make my hands super messy.
Some people would be into that.
Yeah, I'm sure some people
It's
would
like
be
a
into that.
mukbang. Yeah. For
That's
sure.
this type of stream, right?
Yeah, that is the kind of content that this stream puts on.
Yep.
All right. So we have our client. I want to go, I guess, with looking at the Go client test be the easiest thing to look at here.
Yeah, I think that works. And you have
Client
done a
test
poll
that Go.
recently, right? I can't remember if
Yep.
I've updated the test. Okay, cool.
All right, so we do this new client, and this gets passed a function, and it just does an HTTP GET on that URL. Okay.
Mhm. And it basically returns the raw value, and then our internal method of get manifest parses it into the manifest struct.
Right. I don't have language servers set up for Go, but that's fine. Let's go look at what our sync manifest looks like.
So sync manifest is just a wrapper around get manifest and set manifest. It's like a convenience function.
I want to see how we're it's going to be get, right? Yeah. Okay. We get a result, and we're saying this is already going to be a manifest. So our fetch hook is responsible for deserializing.
I think that's maybe a mistake on our part. I think we want to be responsible for the actual serializing or deserializing in here. So
Okay,
instead,
that
result there
actually-
should probably be just the raw, whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
And I probably
Fetch.
told you how to implement this incorrectly when we did it the first time. So that's my bad.
So let's say that client base.
The main reason for the fetch hook is just in case they want to bring their own HTTP library for fetching these things. I know that was especially important for people consuming the Rust. When I was building it, that was a major concern of theirs.
So we're going to need I might go look at the Rust client. So right now we're inferring this type to already be deserialized, which isn't what we want. We want the raw HTTP response to come into these functions, right? And then Vexilla itself should deserialize it.
Yes. And if I have
the-
that wrong in the Rust client, well, yeah, that's a mistake on my part.
Yeah, let's go look at the Rust client. I'm trying to think about how we want to type our HTTP response because there's not a just HTTP response type in the standard library. So like all the different HTTP clients that people would use on OCaml kind of have different structures. So we could like enforce that they just give us a string.
I think
as in,
string
like,
is
raw
probably the
JSON.
right way, because then we
Okay.
just deserialize the string into our struct, right? So then it's up to them to just give us the string.
Perfect. Okay. So this is going to return, let's actually reopen our fetch hook. And this is actually going to be just this will be a change to there. That will be a string. And we need a error type. In fact, I don't even know if we need. We could probably just do, for now, to keep it simple, the standard. This is like a pretty common convention for the error side
Okay.
of the result type.
Gotcha. Real quick, how's it going, Graham? Mr. Sir, welcome.
All right. So let's say that's our hook type now. And we're going to say, let's just annotate this. Actually, let's get in build mode so we get some live feedback here. And we want to annotate this with fetch.hook. Good. So now this should be a string. Yep. That looks good. And that will be our string. So here we want to say,
this is going to end up being where our like deserializer stuff comes in, right?
yeah. I'm just trying to think about what I was doing here before.
Yep. Yeah, no worries. I'm just thinking out loud.
Why did I print the standard out instead of returning? Oh, we've returned an empty manifest in the case of an error and just log. Is that the intended functionality?
That's the trickier part. Like if it fails to fetch, what would you prefer as a consumer? I think
So
that's
if
the important
we
question.
failed, so if the HTTP request failed, I would probably want an error to return or an exception to come up or like a panic or something, because that means just like the place that I am intending to pull my feature flags from, like that connection didn't even work.
Right.
So if I get an
that's like
empty object
exceptional
back,
case, I think. Yeah.
yeah, because like the way it works now is we're just going to get back an empty manifest and we could just like go on our way as if everything is happy, and the only indication is that we get some logging to standard out.
Right. And yeah, if you're trying to do like log aggregation, etc., it might make it to where you're doing that, but technically, like, what if you're using some other logging library for remote like log aggregation? This wouldn't necessarily do that for you. So yeah, we probably do want it to raise an error so that a user could log this themselves some other way.
All right, so then let's update this. We can do, whoops, that's not what I wanted.
And I think I'm probably a bit inconsistent with how I'm deciding to do that in various cases. So I need to like align all of the SDKs along the same path of like, hey, some of these cases are exceptional, some of these could fail silently, which is which, and just make it consistent with all of them.
I know we have like an error module right now. I have some cleanup to do around that. For the time being, I'm just going to return like the convention of like a message of string for our error, and at some point we can come back and like actually make sure our errors are all strongly typed.
Sure.
So let's do, for this, we'll say type. The hell is that? Roomba just knocked over a baby gate we used to keep the dogs downstairs.
Roomba wants freedom.
It does.
It's trying to escape. It's become sentient. It's gonna pull some Johnny Five stuff. More input.
What does this want here? Wants yo JSON. Right. Okay. Sure. So let's just return an error here.
Roomba wants Taco Bell. Ooh. There you go. Touche, Nightshade. Ooh, leftover nacho fries.
Let's go, chat. Let's
I
go.
don't mind if you want to eat them now. You're totally welcome to. She can
Nah,
feed them to the Roomba. That's how you keep the Roomba happy, you know? Like, yeah, you don't want a Roomba rebelling against you.
So we want to do that. Actually, we can do that even easier. So we'll return, return error, and we'll say message, and it'll be failed to fetch manifest. Basically copy the same thing. I see my typo. Let's pop that in there. And then we don't need that. All right, let's comment that. And then we need to fix this line up here. So this will be actually return okay. And types of yo JSON. This really needs to be yo JSON dot safe dot from of string to string. How do I do this? Is it from?
I feel like it's got to be from, right?
From string. There it is. I knew it wasn't crazy. All right.
Well,
so
that's
that
to be determined still, but unrelated. All right.
Fair. All right. What is this upset about? We're missing some parens. After unclosed, where is the syntax error, chat? Do we have to do that? Oh, I see it, I think.
I don't. Oh.
Maybe. Oh, that's a message of string? Right, that makes sense because, yeah. So actually, we can just say that we're going to return our error because it's already a message of string. And we can just log that out for now.
Cool.
So that should be a string now. To string. So we don't need this. Delete end. There we go. And actually we can go back to what we were doing now that I just figured out that syntax correctly. And we'll copy this. And go to the end, delete that.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Nacho fries are on the counter.
Okay. All right, this expression is type string. Is not a function. Okay, do we just do that? I'm like jumping back and forth between reason and OCaml so much that like I'm mixing up my syntax now.
Oh no.
This needs to be format dot PF, I think.
Okay. Wait, what does PF do?
I think it formats. So this is going to take a function that takes this, and it's going to expect a string. Maybe PF's not the right one. I don't use format that often.
Mhm.
FMT is like the standard like formatting printing library.
Yeah, I think in Rust there's a similar just like FMT library as well.
There we go. Cool.
Cool.
That looks good to me. So this function, let me check the type here.
Perseus, thank you for that sub. Appreciate you. How you doing?
So we take a client, we take a fetch hook, and then we're going to return our type manifest, which looks good, I think. Let's actually make sure we're getting the right return type here. So let's just say manifest JSON, actually. And we'll jump over here, change that to our JSON. And then let's say, how do we want to do this? We'll say that, and we'll say manifest JSON. We'll pipe that into yo JSON. Oh, let's go line by line first instead of trying to be fancy because I don't know this off the top of my head. From string, that should give us our actual manifest. And this is going to end up being a result, I would assume. Guess not. So we have that, and then we want to pass our, this is more like raw JSON. And this will be JSON. And then we'll say let manifest equals, yep, just like that.
Oh, okay, cool.
So this is essentially just a really long type to say we're going to have a manifest or an error. So we can say star, maybe not. What does our that let binding do? LWT.bind, we want plus, maybe. There we go. Get my bindings right someday. And then we want to map our error. So do we have a way to, we'll say result.map error, and we'll get fun E, and we'll just say E for now. We essentially want to turn this into the same type that we're returning down here for our error side. Our of yo JSON is going to return some custom error, and we just want to map their error to our like our message of string error type, so it fits the function definition.
Right. Okay.
And it looks like this is already a string, so we'll just say message, and this will become backtick message and then MSG. Yep, just like that. And then we can say return okay manifest and delete that line.
Cool.
And then our type definition should be perfect. That's exactly what we want to be. We take a client, take a fetch hook, and we return a promise result that our OK case will be a manifest, or our error case will be a message of string.
Awesome.
Everything makes sense what we just did there?
Yeah. I feel like the function names though, right? So like we've got get and sync. We're also going to have get and sync for flags. So would we want to make this get manifest and sync manifest?
So this is going to be scoped to the module. So
oh, right, and we're in the manifest module right now.
Yep. So like the API will be like manifest.sync or manifest.get.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
In fact, we could probably even just rename this to set to make it consistent. Yeah, so
Okay.
like the actual API will be like, whoops, that's not a comment. I'm not in Reason.
Interesting.
Vexilla.
So in the Go code and pretty much every other one, we expose like the get manifest, set manifest, sync manifest on the top level client rather than like on a manifest type. Is that
So we can't do that too. So
okay?
we can control that via interface files.
Okay.
So
Cool.
in our client, whoops, that's not what I wanted.
I just think it makes it a little easier for like documentation if it's like similar to all the others too.
Yeah. So what we can do in here is we can say something like let get manifest equals manifest dot get. Right.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's awesome, actually. I really like that. Because then manifest is still individually testable if we wanted to write unit test specifically for
right, exactly. And we can choose to not even like expose this module. So all they can ever see is this bit right here.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, sweet. Yeah, that's perfect.
Interface files in OCaml are like, we haven't really gotten into it yet, but they're some of the coolest. It's like one of the cooler features of OCaml.
Okay, nice.
Okay, so let me jump back. We don't need our symbol outline open. That all looks good. And now we need to update this. Let's annotate this type real quick. This will be fetch.hook. And now we say get. And that will be a, yeah. Oh, that's nice. That just kind of, in fact, we can, what does this say right now? Invalid manifest version. Right, that's coming back from set. So I think we can do that. No. All right, this is going to be, did my LSP just die again? I'm not getting autocomplete.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, 1 second here.
Yep, no rush.
That is actually, there's a known bug in 4.14 that actually one of my coworkers found that they ended up doing like a backwards compatibility patch release for. That's not public yet, or that hasn't been like released yet, but like there's like a deadlock or something with OCaml LSP and 4.14.1, and that's exactly what just happened.
Interesting. Okay.
And I probably
That's really
have
cool
a
that
runaway.
like your coworker found that and like, you know, there's fixes and like, man, you're like at the core of like OCaml.
He went hard in the paint to find it too. Like
Okay.
like into like looking at like memory registers and all this stuff. Like it was wild.
Yikes. That's awesome.
Way over my head. Like you can see like
For
this
now.
is just like eating everything.
Oh,
right,
yep. Windows Server is definitely eating some utilities
Dude,
too.
I know. I've been noticing that over like since I upgraded to Sonoma that like my Windows Server just like is like my top CPU usage. I don't know why. And then that's so far out of my like skill set to debug.
Right. Yeah, it's actually consuming a fair bit on mine, even in like older. Like, hold on, what am I even on right now? Let me look. I'm on Big Sur still. Oh man. Yikes.
Greater than. So we should be fine. I'm a little confused at why I can't return. So if we do let's star, that should unbox our promise. Now we just have a result. So we can match on that. So let's just say we match on manifest. Let's call this manifest result. And let's comment that, and we'll say, let's just return a unit for now.
So Morgul is chiming in saying, last time it happened where Windows Server was consuming too many resources, it was some bad code around multiple monitors.
I am brocking, I have MacBook right here to my right, a 27 right in front of me, and then another 27 right here.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I've only got the one monitor for my Mac Mini, and it, like, Windows Server is still taking up like 20% of CPU. So that's interesting to me. I'm wondering if the fact that I use workspaces a lot might be part of it too. That's probably a big part.
Result. All right, so what does our type tell us this is now? It's gonna end up being like the same thing. Yep, okay. So in our OK case, we want to say, yeah, that's actually what we want. Okay, well, that was easy.
Nice.
I don't know why it got upset about unboxing this like that. Expression is type manifest greater than message string and delta.
Was it because of a mismatch on our error types?
I thought so, but I would have expected that to happen with that match statement too.
Okay.
So maybe, is this not doing what I think it does? Let pipe var equals res lifts a result, lifts a normal result into a promise.
But maybe not an LWT result, right? Is that the difference there?
Yep.
Okay.
I think this is actually the one we want.
Oh, not just the star or the pipe, but the let star pipe. Of course.
Let's go.
Okay. Cool.
In fact, we could probably, Reason's really nice. One thing I like about Reason that I hope they add to OCaml is that you can define let operators like, it would be like let OK promise, and it'd be the same thing rather than just symbols.
Oh,
and then down here we
so
could
yeah,
be
more readable, so you don't have to memorize like the weird, like, yeah, esoteric stuff. That would be really
stuff
cool.
like that. Yeah, that is one thing about Reason that I really, really like. And you can do things like that using a PPX in OCaml. The only difference is it would have to be like that right there, I think.
And hold on,
Which
what's
I
a
guess
PPX?
isn't that...
Is that like a syntax extension?
Yeah, exactly. It stands for OCaml preprocessor. It's basically our macro system.
Okay, gotcha. Yep, that makes sense.
So you can do that, but like it's a lot more obviously involved. You have to go and write a whole macro to get that syntax where like if you just make a custom let binding, it's just a single line and you don't have to do any sort of compilation stuff.
Ah, okay.
But I think we can actually clean this up a little bit more by doing, I think we can take this and we can pipe this. Actually, let's go back to where we had this working, because some of these symbols get pretty confusing. I mean, you can just go look at we get a documentation on it there. But I think we can actually rewrite this to be like, and then we can say LWT result dot bind. Actually, no, that might be right. In fact, that doesn't even need that. Get rid of that and delete that, I think. Yeah, there we go. These should be equivalent.
Cool.
Yep, they are. Cool. So that got cleaned up quite a bit there.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, sync is basically just like a helper for consumers of this, right? Because often you're probably not going to want to do these two things separate. You just want to do it just once, right? So yeah, I think it makes our code easier to test if we were to want to like split things out and mock things in a certain way.
Yeah. Okay, that looks good there. So let's hop back over to our client test. And in here, so we want to make a client. We get a client. What is this? Oh, is this just... It's the last argument to make a unit? It is. Okay. That looks good. That looks good. And now let's open up our Go code again.
Sure.
Client test.go. So now we have our client, we have a UID, and let's see if we can actually do this. Manifest sync. Oh yeah, you can kind of see what that API looks like right there. Vexilla manifest.sync. But what we can do is, actually, this might be a good time to think about how we want our API structured. And we can get into MLI files because I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and just comment this file for now so we don't get build errors. Okay, we're still building. So when you have a library in OCaml, so we have like this top level library and it's just going to be called Vexilla. That is like the namespace that other libraries or executables reference it from. So like you saw down here, we'll import our Vexilla library and then everything exported from that library will basically be like namespaced that way, right? So it'd be like Vexilla dot, and these are all the things that are exported from our library. Now, if you come in here and in your library, you create a file with the same name as your library, only the things in that will be publicly exported.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
So in here, we can
And it doesn't need to be
like,
an MLI?
No, it
okay.
doesn't, but we can make an MLI for it.
So, I mean, would
say,
an MLI even be necessary at this point if it's already like the thing that's kind of like hiding away internals?
Probably not.
Okay.
Unless we need to add some other stuff in here. I think we should be good though, actually. Sure. Okay. So we probably want our client module to be accessible off. Well, maybe not, actually. What do we want our like API to look like? So it'll be like...
So pretty much whatever's in the client in the Go code. So basically, it's just the client and its top level methods of get manifest, set manifest, sync manifest, right? And then get flags, set flags, sync flags. And then from there, there would probably be the should function and possibly should custom function, and then a value function as well.
So we say new client. So do you want the entire API exposed at like the top level? So like everything hangs off the Vexilla. All right. So we'll have like this Vexilla make client and then blah, 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 blah.
Sure.
And we'll have like here, that would be, let me get this formatting right. And then we'd be like, let
me double check this. Does that make sense within the OCaml ecosystem? Are there other libraries that have similar APIs?
Yeah, actually one of my favorite libraries in the ecosystem does the exact same thing with its API design. It's called Dream.
Cool.
It's like our web AT or like web server library, and everything is top level in this library, and it is just like so nice to use.
Awesome.
Like,
Okay, perfect.
I love this library.
Cool.
So definitely a thing that happens.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're like discussing this, because really, like, the ergonomics of these clients is really what makes or breaks their usefulness. So yeah, the way we can make these as usable as possible, that's the goal. But I want it to be like consistent with other libraries too, rather than just trying to shoehorn my own preferences.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing.
Cool. Awesome.
So this is like kind of what I'm thinking. Sync flags be like gradual fetcher. Yeah. Stuff like that, kind of.
Yeah, so gradual would be like the name of the flag group, right? The fetcher would be the method we're passing. Yep, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Technically, sync flags wouldn't return a group, though. Sync flags is like a void.
Okay.
And manifest would also, like, sync is a void, like, of the result.
Cool. Let's say it's a unit then. So then we want like a type client that we're going to export, and it'll be equal to our client.t. And then we'll want a make client. So we'll say let make client equals client dot make client. Or no, is it just make? Yeah. And this is probably where we'll want to like use an MLI, is to recopy these type definitions so like it doesn't point at the hidden module and it's just like types that aren't there.
Okay.
Unless it might just copy over fine. We'll see. I actually don't know. Sure. I haven't really gotten this far to designing a published library API yet. So
awesome. So yeah, you're like learning something while making this too, not just teaching us. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
We have sync manifest then, and that will be equal to our manifest dot sync. And then
I like this, how this is coming together. This is looking good. Yeah. Cool. I like how composable everything really is.
Yeah. It's the beauty of functional programming. I'm going to grab another beer quick.
Yep, I'm going to use the restroom as well. So, BRB. Thaw some chicken as well.
What up, Efficacy? I wonder if there's a way to like expose modules just for the tests. We are drinking a Michelob Ultra, Meta's favorite. But my actual preference for alcohol is Scotch. I am a big Scotch fan. So for now, to make this happy. And then my favorite scotch is expose library modules to test. Why can I not? Is Dark Reader? Can I not? What is happening here, chat? Why can I not turn Dark Reader on? I've never had that happen.
Okay. All right. I am just about back. Headphones not in yet. There we go. Headphones in. So yeah, sorry about that. Had to use the restroom, thaw some chicken.
Nice. How are you cooking your chicken?
Oh, it's gonna be fried chicken.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna do chicken strips. They are super easy and delicious. And I've been doing like the milk or like cream dredge, and I did like actual egg last time. The egg actually works really well, so I'm stoked on it.
Nice. I when I dredge my chicken, we take Justine and I do a lot of like pickling.
Oh.
So we'll take actual like pickle juice from our pickles and we'll mix it into our dredge, and it is so good. We even put some like Frank's, or normally we have nicer hot sauce than Frank's, but we didn't last time. We put hot sauce in the dredge too. It's really good. 10 out of 10 recommend.
Yeah, yeah. What do you do in your like in the flour mix?
We put a little bit of paprika, some MSG, some salt, pepper. I think that might be it. And then we've been on this kick recently, and this like sounded so weird when Justine found this recipe. But we have a convection oven, which is effectively just a giant air fryer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we like fry our chicken.
Oh, okay.
So rather than using like breadcrumbs or like panko or whatever, she found this recipe. I think it was like on TikTok or something, but we crush up cornflakes. And it sounds super weird.
No. It's actually, yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's really
good. It comes out so good. Like the first time we did it, I was like, we're going to ruin a bunch of chicken by breading it in cornflakes. Like this is going to be terrible. And then it was like remarkable.
No,
like,
it's really good.
Very
so
good.
At Timberline Lodge down at Mount Hood, they actually have a thing they call timber toast that is very similar. I think they use frosted flakes instead of just regular corn flakes, but it's still just awesome. It's like really delicious.
Yeah, it adds like this subtle sweetness to it. Like it's, yeah, I ate my words.
Yep. Yeah, kind of genius. I don't actually do the breadcrumbs as part of like my frying. I just do like the raw flour and like the egg, and it crisps up. That's
how I do my tofu.
Okay. Here's a little hack though. You do half rice flour and half wheat flour. The rice flour actually crisps up better, but it doesn't brown like the wheat flour does.
Nice. I'll have to remember that.
Yep. So actually, you don't want to do like pure rice flour because then it won't like turn the nice brown color.
One of my viewers recommended this recipe to me. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It is Malaysian food, and it looks super good. So the next time Justine's like out of town and I just cook for myself, I'm gonna be making nasi lemak. I probably butchered saying that. Let me open this. It looks so good though. Please load a picture. Like I love making curries and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I haven't done a good curry or anything. I was looking at a recipe for butter chicken, and it is involved. Like, it's some effort.
There's some you can get away with. I'll have to dig it up. I'll send it to you on Discord tomorrow. But I have a crock pot butter chicken recipe that comes out obviously not like truly authentic, right? But like it comes out for like the level of effort to authenticity is pretty damn good.
Awesome, nice. Yeah, I would love to get that recipe. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll go find that tomorrow morning after I stream. Okay, the thing I was looking up is I'm running into a problem now, which surely there has to be a solution for this. I started reading through the forums, but since we're starting to hide our modules, our test files, which are testing the internals, are breaking, which is probably fine because we can just access them through the top level client potentially.
Maybe like the scheduler functions though we don't actually want to expose, right? So like some of that internal stuff we want still like testable unit wise.
So I'm trying to think about the way we could do this. I'm gonna speculate before I go try to find some answers. One way I can think about doing this is you could make a separate library for the scheduler, and then you would import that library into Vexilla and then hide it via MLI and the export thing. That way you could import that library to be tested.
Okay.
So that's one potential option. The other option we could do is we could potentially just have like a private module that like we just don't generate docs for, which doesn't feel great, but we could do that. So like in here, we would have like module private struct end, and then we would be like module hash equals hash, and module schedule equals that's not right schedule.
Mm-hmm.
We could do it like that.
Is this a convention that other libraries use? Right? Is this common?
That's what I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
I think for the most part, I want to try and be like idiomatic, right? I want to do.
Yeah, I agree.
What is common?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Ooh, and real quick, Graham chimed in, tortilla chips greater than cornflakes, theoretically.
Oh, I will try that next time.
I definitely crunch up tortilla chips on my tacos, like street-style tacos. It adds like a little bit of like texture and like the saltiness to it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, so this is our exact problem right here. This paragraph, this is the problem we're having.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're like two possibilities are confusing to me.
So the problem is reduced to just creating an entry port for this alias module. This can be done in multiple ways, and I can list two possibilities. Custom stanzas. We have an alias module of lib, library lib, name This would create a library that just exposes the innards of lib if libprivate is used instead. Do it at usite. Expose internals of. Oh. Maybe we can use that.
Yeah, that looks like an interesting function. And is that just part of like the standard library? Like just you can just call that?
It would be part of Dune.
Oh, it's a Dune specific thing. Okay.
Expose. What was it called?
Internals of.
Expose internals of. Yeah.
When I missed some follows, hold on, let me shout those out. And Perseus, thank you for that sub. I don't think I said it out loud. Sinister Black and Kino the producer, thank you all for those files like an hour ago. CompCube TV, Carlson, and Altris, thank you all for the follows as well. Welcome. How's YouTube doing over there? What y'all up to?
I can't find that anywhere in the docs.
Interesting. Now hold on.
It's under the
is the article you were
stanza.
on unit testing module internals, aka ignoring MLI files? Okay, just double check.
Yep.
Cool.
So they said it was under executable. Executables.
Efficacy is asking a question, how far along with Vexilla are we? What do I see as our next large goal for the project? The main bit is going to be after we have enough SDKs created, we need to get those published up to their respective repositories, right? So OCaml has OPAM, right? Node has NPM, things like that. So publishing our libraries automated in a way will be one of the next steps. And making sure that we version things and blah, 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 and do all that. That's probably one of the next bigger parts we're going to have to tackle. Another part is I'm probably going to want to actually start creating some like GitHub Actions style like integrations for people to like publish their JSON file to wherever they want, right? So S3, blah, 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 right? And that's a little trickier. I'm not sure how many different providers we want to support. It's probably going to be, right, like the GitHub action. We're going to create something for people to use our logic to publish. You know, we want to make it as easy as possible for people to adopt this. So I think there's like a bunch of things we got to make. Adding support for other GitHub or other Git providers. That's probably going to be another big step for the application.
So it looks like people commonly use this private convention.
Okay. So yeah,
like
if it's common enough, I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, and if we find that like that's not great, or I'll probably ask some of my coworkers about how they do it.
Mm-hmm. We can always refactor.
Yeah, exactly. So that's an easy just workaround for now. So we'll do this. We'll have this module private, and in there we'll have that. And we'll have module client. Let's go to our tests that are failing. In fact, we don't even need the bin main. You can just do that for now. test schedule. So test/schedule. In here, we want, we need to get the types. Types should probably be public.
Should
Maybe.
they?
I'm actually not positive, but they do need to be in the private for sure.
Yeah, hold on. Let me think about this. So
It's like our domain objects are in there.
right. Yeah, I'm just wondering, when would a consumer need to use the internal types that we have? I'm not sure they would. They just need the top level functions that the client exposes.
Yeah. Yeah, then we could just alias, we could export the actual types at the top level.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that one's good. And then we need to go to our hash test. And we can say open Vexilla. And down here, this will just be open private. Like that, same thing there. All right, now we're back to being built. Okay, cool. That looks good.
I like how you do like the build while you're editing thing. I am typically the opposite. I'll just hack a bunch of stuff out and then see what breaks.
It's it helps get better LSP diagnostics and stuff too.
Ah, right. That makes sense. Because if you can't build, the LSP has to bail out anyway, right?
Right.
That makes sense.
Okay. So we were over here. Now we want to design we have enough to write the beginning of this test here, I think, maybe. Sure, we'll add syntax to our private module. In fact, that doesn't even really need to be. I see that you're working. Let's say, I'm guessing my LSP just crashed again. If we do, oh, it's going to be private.
Oh, right. Yep.
And then we'll say open, actually, we should probably just do that, open private. And then we can say open syntax.
Oh, interesting. So once you've opened it, it's kind of like an implied prefix. Oh, I think I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
So when you open a module, everything in that module scope is accessible in the current scope.
Okay. Is there a way that modules, like, if you wanted to prevent like collisions of naming, where you wouldn't want to open the whole thing and you'd only bring in parts of it?
Yep, you could like alias it, so we could be like module our private module equals Vexilla dot private.
Oh, okay, right, got it. Ah, yeah. All right, cool.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, the module system is really powerful, and like kind of simple all at the same time, which I think is like part of the beauty of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. In fact, before I hopped on stream, I tweeted out a bunch of TypeScript stuff where I built the option type in TypeScript from scratch. Mm-hmm. And it's a good example how I have started writing TypeScript similar to OCaml. Like I have like this helper object that almost feels like how I write OCaml modules. So you'll see like I have this like const sum and const none. Actually, I can just pull it up here.
Sure.
What is it? Twitter, not Twitch.
I actually wrote a blog post very similar, like to trying to implement basically like tuples and like returned errors instead of like try catch errors for TypeScript a while ago too. I think I actually did it for more like JavaScripty stuff, so not really like fully type safe. But yeah,
Nice.
yeah, kind of interesting that like it's a common enough thing to try and like re-implement errors as values instead of like exceptional.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
So I basically just like started like, here's our types, right? So we have like our option type is just a union of a none and a sum. And then this is the interface for like what our sum value can do. Like it has a kind on it, which because we're in TypeScript, we need some way to discriminate, generally with one key. So I'm using just a symbol there. It holds our value. Our return one is basically like our constructor. Then we can map on it. We can do and then, which the difference between these two is that this operates on the internal value and this one will return another option. We can unwrap it, same as Rust. And then I also added like a match function on it. And then basically likewise with our none. And then show thread.
Yeah, that's nifty. I like that. Yeah, really cool.
So here's where I have like this helper function. And this is what kind of feels similar to like an OCaml module. Like I put, in this case, it's just a single helper function, the return function, which is again, like it's like our make function or a constructor. So if we want to make a sum value,
is that not a protected keyword?
Which one?
Return.
Not as a function name.
Really? I was not
totally fine in there.
Interesting.
In fact, I probably should have named it make for this example, but I was just going off like I pulled up the first interface for a monad I could find, and it used return. So I was like, we're using return. Yeah. So technically, this is a monad, chat. And then, yeah, that's our implementation of the sum. And then
real quick, what's the difference between a monad and a monoid?
Oh, dude, I have no idea.
Okay, right? I've heard them thrown around in various contexts, and I still don't know. I have to read it every single time it's mentioned.
What is it like? A monad is just a monoid in the category of endofunctors. That's like the actual definition.
Right? Those are words. I don't know what they mean together. Yeah. Like, yeah, totally.
Facts.
Right,
yeah.
Cool.
I'm sure if I nailed down what they meant, I'd be like, oh yeah, that totally makes complete sense.
And then you'd have to look it up every single time again anyway.
Yeah. So like I have this thought that like if you branded a monad as like this thing, like if you called it the contextual chaining pattern, it would have fit right in the Gang of Four book. That's my theory, because really that's all it is. You just have like some context and you can chain operations off it. That's like that's obviously, if somebody wants to nerd snipe me out there, it's obviously more technical than that. But like at a high level for what you need to know about a monad to use them, that's what it is.
Okay. Cool.
So we do the same thing with none. Like this would be like our none module. Like we can make a new one and it just returns back our type. Nothing super fancy. And then our option module, we can create a sum. We can create a none. We can check if it is a sum. We can check if it is a none. And then we can unwrap an option straight from this like object or module. And then what this looks like in practice is this code right here. So we can just say like option.sum1 and we can map on it. And we can just do some random function like, if greater than 0.5, we'll add 1. If it's less than 1, and then we can and then, which just means we're going to return an option rather than like a value. So we say, is value greater than equal than 1? We'll return a sum value. Otherwise, we return none. We can use that match API and basically match on our option, be like, if we have the sum, do this thing, and we get our value out. unwrap obviously is just like Rust unwrap. I think it will panic or throw an error. And then we have some at the type level, like invariants that you can't do. So you can't do like option.sum of null, undefined, or another none.
Ooh, yeah, I like that. Yeah, this is really clean.
So that's like kind of how like writing OCaml has started like influencing my like TypeScript, is having like these kind of top level objects with helper functions and state on them. Yeah, that's just a random tangent for everybody.
That's fine. That's what streaming is basically, just a series of random tangents.
Facts.
You joined and heard a lot of none, Scottish trio. Yeah, there you go.
What up,
different
Scottish?
Kind of none, right? But yeah, Code and Canuck, thank you so much for that sub. I, did the thank you in text, but now I can actually say it out loud. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we don't need that. And unbound, right. We want to open let. All right. So let's go back and open up our Go test. And let's see if we can actually work through this now. Okay. So we make our client, which is going to be, in fact, we can even use the top level make client here rather than our private module. So we could say make client, and that'll be the same thing. And the type definition carried over without prefixing to the client module. So that actually looks pretty good.
Awesome.
Sweet. And down here, we want to say, we create our client, and then we want to call, we'll get a unit back from sync, which is our void value. Sync manifest, which takes our client. And let's just delete this line here for now. And we'll just underscore that. So our sync manifest, we're going to take a hook, which is going to be a function. I forget our fetch. What was the name of that file? Oh my God, Roomba.
I was wondering what that was.
Thing's going rogue right now.
It wanted that Taco Bell, man.
Dude, for real. I swear like half the time it doesn't run. And then it's like, oh, you're streaming tonight? How about I run now?
There you go.
Or like it will just always get caught under the couch on like a dog toy or some stupid shit.
Right.
All right, that takes our fetch hook, and our fetch hook will take a URI, which that's going to be this guy, right? No. We can use just like an empty URI, right? Or I guess it'll hit.
I mean, we're writing our test right now, right? So we probably do want to hit localhost 3000. This will be hitting our real like test server.
So does the hook function, how do you implement your hook stuff? Do we need to pass a URI to it?
We do need to pass a URI, right? Because the function like get manifest is constructing that URL for us using our base URL that we passed in as like part of the client.
Right. Okay. So let's say oh, right. It's a callback and manifest is providing us the URL. Right. Okay. I just got myself real confused.
No worries. No worries. Hold up. We got another raid. Acorn. How you doing? Cheers. Yeah. Howdy. How are you doing? Again, that was so much fun on Saturday. I'm looking forward to next week if you have time as well for our just a further Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. We'll actually let the evil happen more, I think, next weekend. We were just setting up. Yeah, you've got time? Perfect. Awesome. Hell yeah. So yeah, Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this like evil playthrough. We're setting up the seeds of evil. We just weren't necessarily that evil last time.
Do you guys stream playing?
Yeah. It's over on my gaming
I'll
stream,
have to
Gripping
tune
and
in.
Chill.
I'll have to tune in.
Yeah,
I'll have
it's
to
really
turn
fun.
on alerts on that account because I know I follow you. I just don't think I have alerts on.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I need to probably sometime in the new year. I gave my gaming PC to Justine. She's been wanting a gaming PC, and then I've been renovating my office, so part of that's going to be building a new PC here shortly.
Oh,
But
that's
I need to
fun.
go back. I need to go back through, and I got, I don't know, maybe like halfway through Baldur's Gate, and I want to go back because like that game just sucked me in. Like I haven't been sucked into a game since like Oblivion when I was like 13 years old.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want to join in on like an evil playthrough, you're more than welcome to join us on Saturdays. You're available, right? You can play like the fourth character we got.
I would, but I don't have the setup with her PC upstairs and
No, that's
all
fine.
that.
Like when you do get it set up, I assume like we'll be playing for a long time. Like I doubt we'll even get to the point that you left off at, you know? So you'd end up
Sweet,
rehashing
yeah.
a bunch of the stuff you've done anyway.
I'll probably get that built sometime in the beginning of January. So
Sure.
Y'all are still playing.
Oh yeah. Like
Definitely join.
like Baldur's Gate 3 is one of those games like I've been playing with James and Wormbane, right? Some people that I play RPGs with on a regular basis on Wednesdays. We've been playing for like months now since it came out, basically.
It's so good. It's so fun.
Right? And on like a once a week schedule, it's a game that could easily take a year.
Okay, this actually is looking pretty good here. So we're going to get a URL, and then we have this here. And we want to basically take our body and we want to convert that to
I think we just want to return the body, right? Like as a string?
We need to convert it to a string. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Unbound module body. Where do we get that from? What do we have on here? We don't have any other modules, so it's probably on co-HTTP. This one, response.body. I never remember these. So just code body dot toString. Probably going to return a result. String expression. Do I just need to underscore LWT? Yeah, there we go. So this will be a promise. So let's unbox that promise.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, we can just return that, I think. Whoops, wrong direction. Can ignore that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that looks good there. So we can go plug in, whoops, change around that. Whoops. Now it'll just be our fetch. In fact, we can just call this fetch hook. Fetch hook. We can come down here. I don't know where this polling interval came from, but we can do that. Expression has type URI.t to a string promise, but an expression was expected. Okay, that's okay. So we really want to just pipe this to result. Okay. Right? No? Oh, LWT result. Right. D.return. Okay. Still no? What is our actual type? Returning. Oh, the string is a promise. That's not what we want.
Huh. So the toString function is also a promise. Okay. That's kind of similar to how you might do it in modern, like, fetch with JavaScript, right?
Yeah, I think so, actually.
Yeah.
So we do that in, and then this will be, jump back to there, unbox that. So that's like promise await. And then this should just be a string, and we'll say lwt.return okay. Body string. Fact. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. That's good enough there. Let's just say I lost our test check. I'm just going to yoink that, paste that in so I don't forget how to do this.
All right.
All right. What is this upset about now? Constructor expects 0 arguments, but there we go. Okay. So now we have our result here, and we should be able to say like, let not error. Let's just get a single test running, and we'll say result and not error. Let's say match. Yeah. In fact, we don't even need that. We can say, let's see here. This is going to be a promise result. And if we just get that down to a result, I guess that's not what we want. Star. Unbox the promise. Now we're down to a result. Wait. That looks a little sus, doesn't it? We have a result that has a result. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. So let's go see what our sync manifests. What does this return? This is going to return this type here. Let's just like break that out and maybe put it all in one line so it's a little bit more readable. Actually, I used the wrong comment. There we go. We want that. So this is saying that we have a promise result where the OK value is this type here, which is another result that has a client T in it. That doesn't seem right.
No, that doesn't.
So let's break this back out again. So we'll say let get result equals, and then let underscore equals this. Let's just see what we have here. Get. Why is that upset? Equals get in. There we go. So that is a promise result of type manifest T, which is what we would expect from that, right?
Yes, for the getter. Yep.
And then our set function.
Oh, is that saying that it returns a manifest? Because we need to turn that into a unit, right?
So set, we're actually returning the client back out with the GRU table updated.
Oh, is that necessary?
I can't remember.
Okay. So I mean, in OCaml, our client is mutable, right? So like returning the client out of it.
It's updated in an immutable fashion.
Oh.
So we're not like directly, like if we pass our client into some function, we're not doing any mutation to that inside that function. We're returning out another copy of the client.
Ah. Okay. So this is starting to feel a bit like the Elixir code.
Probably, yes.
Okay. All right. So then, yeah, if we want to treat this as immutable, then yeah, sync client needs to return the client that was modified, just as set client does too. Okay.
So this syntax,
that was
we probably talked about this before. So this syntax, this with keyword, is basically like our spread operator. So this would look like in Reason, which looks a little bit more like JavaScript, to be like client manifest, and then I guess, what is it? Commas? Yeah, it'd be like that in JavaScript or Reason. Basically the same thing.
Okay, got it.
So, given that, I think our code down here was actually correct. Although I'm not sure we want to return a result, right? We want to return this inner result should not be a result. It should be just like a client T.
Okay, yep.
So let's fix that problem. So we have our get result here, which will be a manifest T, which we know we can do, was it like this? Or no, what was it? Plus? No, I'm questioning. Yeah. So we have that. And then we'll say let updated client equals set client get result. Actually, this will be a manifest, right? Manifest.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's our updated client. And then we, oh my God, this freaking Roomba needs to get out of my office. 1 second. It's driving me crazy.
It just wants to be on stream.
I swear it's cleaned my office like 3 times since we started streaming.
Yeah. You're just that messy.
Yeah, something like that. So then we should be able to say, again, let plus client takes a manifest, returns us a invalid manifest version T. Sure. I should be able to do that. But now this is going to be upset about the error type. LWT result A. What if we don't do that? Oh, that's not asynchronous. Set's not asynchronous? Oh, it's not. Oh. So this fancy little pipe operator is going to be more like, if we were in Reason, we would call it like let result, I don't even know what we call it, to promise result. It basically lifts it into a, actually, I'll just go read the documentation I wrote on this before. So let pipe var equal res lifts a regular result to a LWT result. So basically we'll wrap a normal result as a promise result. That way we get like a unified LWT result type for our error case and our OK type.
Okay. Yeah, I think I get that. That makes sense.
I mean, you can kind of read this as like, it'd be like let result to LWT, or like, well, let's just call it promise result, right? Promise result, and it'll take some value, and it will take a function that we want to apply to our value. And then, yeah, it's the same definition up there. So we say we're going to bind LWT result.bind, and we're going to wrap our normal result in a promise. And then we're going to call our function on our now wrapped result. Hopefully that made some sense.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think I get it.
And then we'll say LWT.
We just want to coerce
return.
this into basically like a promise result, right?
Yep, exactly. Return OK. Now that should be a little bit better. So now we're going to return, yeah, that looks like a better type. We're going to get a promise result that the OK value is a client.t, or we'll get an error type of invalid manifest version of string, or just some generic message, error message of string.
Mm-hmm.
That looks better. Ish.
Yeah, looks good to me.
And now let's go back to our client test. And this is going to be, I think we need to build. Yeah, there we go. That looks much better. So now we can unbox the promise, and this should end up as a normal result. And I wonder if we have to do something funky with an expression was expected of type return. So this is now like a function coloring problem. I wonder if there's like a async test case.
Oh, there you go.
So let's get rid of that real quick. And where's this function end? Client. I can say test case. So like an async. Let's go look at the alco test. Actually, ChatGPT might be able to help here. How do I write an async test with alco test? I wonder if this is hallucinating.
Alco test async as a library? Like, does that even exist?
Let's go find out. Alco test LWT. That is probably what we actually want.
Okay, there you go. I do see an alco test async OCaml package.
So there's like two, well, there's a couple more now that 5.0 came out, but like LWT and async are like orthogonal async libraries.
Okay, so they're separate. They have different like primitives or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
In fact, there's like with the multi-core release that came out, we got some like algebraic effects and stuff, and there's another one called EIO, which actually has like bindings to LWT, so you can basically just like adopt like multi-core stuff like for free if you're already using LWT. I haven't played around with that yet, but it looks super cool.
Okay.
So no, we don't want to be at LWT. We want to be here, and I'll read the docs. Alco test LWT. So let's go install that in our Dune package. We'll do the same thing we did here. was it alkatest underscore LWT. And I think we do Dune be at, with test. Is that how that works? I actually don't know how to use those filters. So let's just install it. Do it the easy way.
Sure.
Alkotest LWT not found. Oh. It's a dash, not an underscore.
Oh. Is that inconsistent in the library? Or like in the ecosystem?
Looks like it, yeah, just looking at our other dependencies.
Okay.
Use alkotest LWT instead. And I just got my weekly reminder to take out the trash and recycling.
There you go. Nice, nice.
Classic. Oh, I guess we just like import test case from alkotest LWT instead.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Pretty easy.
Yeah.
Let's see. We probably have to add it as a library here. So let's say alkotest LWT, and then we should have access to it in here. Say LWT. Let's just do a Dune build. Alkotest LWT not found. Why? Alkotest. So that's the library. So that's what we should have to put here. So why can't we see it? We obviously installed it. So the library names can't use dashes, they use underscores. Which is now confusing that I can't get this in scope. Dune run test. How do I correctly install alkotest LWT with OCaml and Dune? Yep, that looks good. Oh, I guess it is a dash? I thought you couldn't do that. Today I learned.
Interesting.
Okay, that worked.
Cool.
So should be able to do alkotest. There it is. Yeah, now we have to go update this to be, takes a string, a list test unit. I don't know what our test type is, but I wonder if we just mark this with a star, it's gonna be happy. No. All right, let's just start simple and throw this down here, and we'll comment that out. So this probably has to be like LWT dot return. So expression is type return equals unit LWT, but an expression was expected of type unit. Unit test. So when an expression was expected of type unit. So we say that. Nope. Actually, let's go look at what the example ChatGPT gave us. So here it's saying that we create a test suite. There'll be our test case there. So run that suite. Ah, I see. He's doing let star equals that. Maybe that's right. Return unit. Okay, I didn't even know that was a function. But right, so we probably need a test suite, which is, I'm just gonna, whoops. I can't remember my keybinds as usual. So this is gonna have a string in it. So let's just say test, and then it will have another array with our test case in it. So that will be, how do we do this? Test case. And that takes a string. The speed level, which will say it's quick. And then it takes a function, which I don't even know what an LWT switch is. Test function. Quick. Actually, that needs to be inside that. Speed level, and then it's a function which takes a switch T and A. So let's just say it's a function that has something we don't care about. Another value. And then we return LWT return unit. Still not right. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this.
Fix this. I like that. That is some solid ChatGPT stuff.
Oh, did we miss the LWT main?
Oh, yep. Yeah, we don't have that.
So let's just yoink that and paste that there. And of course it's happy. Yeah. It would be helpful to schedule our async runtime. Probably important.
I guess.
I actually have no idea what an LW switch T is. Probably not important, but
yeah, I mean, I looked it up a bit, right? Module LWT switch. Switch has two goals: being able to free multiple resources at the same time as well as offering a better alternative than always returning an ID to free some resource.
Interesting.
Again, those are words. I'm struggling to figure out what they mean together.
I concur.
Yeah.
All right, wait, hold on now. It needs to return a unit. LWT.return. Can we just do that? Unbound value bool. All right, I'll ask it one more time. Let's see here. That wraps up to the function. So let's bump that down. Does it need to be like that? No. So do we have access to a check? We don't. So do we probably have to open alcotest in here too. So let's just say, actually, rather than opening it, because we could get namespace collisions, let's just do alcotest.check. In fact, we can do a local open check bool equal true true. And then what does check return? So check takes some testable type, a string for the check, an ANA, and then a unit. So we theoretically should be able to do LWT.return and then that. Okay, getting closer. Is it just an extra paren? Yeah, it is. Okay, we're getting there.
Okay.
So now we have this result. We can probably match on it. So let's just match on our result. Let's just say not error. Actually, I don't even think we need to match on it. We can say not error equals result dot is okay. And then we can say not error. Okay, theoretically, we should be able to spin up the server and do some stuff here.
Okay. Yep. And yeah, that server's just over in packages/test-server, and it should just be like a pnpm run. You might need to do like a pnpm install if you haven't done that part yet.
pnpm install.
And yeah, there's a fair bit of stuff in here. Oh, and you're on node 16. Interesting.
Oh, I can bump up.
Yeah, I think 18 is the LTS now.
Yeah, I need to. I have like a workspace, or I have a .env thing in most of my other projects that automatically will set that for me. And I just don't think about my default.
Okay, that makes sense. Are you using ASDF for that, or what are you using for like changing that automatically?
Durenv.
Durenv. Oh yes, I've used that too. Yeah, that one's good.
Although one of my Christmas break projects, I've been reading a lot of documentation and books and tutorials on Nix, and I think I'm gonna bite the bullet and hop on the Nix bandwagon. I think I saw your tweet my holiday break. Sure. It is quite appealing. I watched Alda Forest stream today, and they were working on a like kickstart Nix for OS X, and like he walked through how to use it. I was just like, that's everything I've been looking for.
Yep.
Like, I want that right now. So
yeah, he's really into that stuff. I'd say reach out to him if you ever want to do like a collaboration about Nick's stuff. I think he'd be really into that.
yeah, that'd be sweet. I know that Nix is really popular in the OCaml ecosystem. Like, you can get around like having to ever use like OPAM and stuff with Nix.
Really? Okay.
But where do we go? Can I run it from here?
I typically open up like a new terminal tab for it and just run that like on the other end of things.
Oh, this is that tab.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I would just be in the test server folder and just run from there.
Is that under packages?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
So it would probably make sense to make it an app, but whatever. Just haven't done that yet.
Do I need to install here again, or is it already handled by PNPM?
PNPM should have done that. So PNPM start should get you.
Beautiful. All right. I'm guessing that we have probably JSON deserialization issues, given but we'll find out.
Yeah.
Library SSL. Okay, now we're getting into.
It's going to be an HTTP instead of HTTPS. Let's make sure we have that set right in our client. I think it would probably be in our test for the client, right?
Yep. Test/client. Why can't I find that? Because I'm looking at open buffers. What?
We commented the whole thing for some reason?
No. Oh. Do we have two NeoVim buffers open? There it is.
Ah.
That freaked me out for a second.
Okay.
Let's just quit out of here. Oh, this is in the old directory.
Ah, right. Touche.
Skill issues, chat. You can tell it's getting late. All right, let's try actually running this test quick. Let's jump down and we'll just split over to another terminal and we'll make that full screen. And dude, I like panicked that we just like lost the code we wrote.
Oh no. Like honestly, it wouldn't be that big. Like it's just a copy, right?
It's true. I guess we've like done the work to figure out the syntax for using LWT with Alcotest, but
yep.
Scottish, yeah, why are you still awake? Gotta go to bed, bud. Let's see here. We need to do Dune run test. I'm in the wrong directory. Yeah. Dune run test. We forgot to add our test to the Dune file.
Ah, right. But our during is now passing again. So yes.
It is. We were only 2 minutes away from it being fine.
Yep. So yeah, I've had that issue previously, so I got to figure out like the right way to test that. That's going to be one of the bigger parts to do before we can actually go live with this.
Let's see here. All right, so let's do Dune build, and let's try Dune run test again. Okay, we failed.
It at least ran.
It did run. That is true. I'm curious where it failed though. I wonder if we can quickly. I'm probably gonna. It's getting late on my end, but I want to see if we can get the error message quick.
Sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't want to keep you too late. Yeah, it's already 10 for you, right? East Coast time.
Let's match on this result quick rather than, yeah, say match result, and we'll just say let underscore equals this. And if it's a error, E, yeah, we'll just, sure. We'll say message E, and that should be a string. And then we'll match on the other variant, which is that. And that will be an E, print end line. And then if we, yeah, there we go. So that should print out our stuff there. Let's see if that actually works. So do build and then do run test. Do we see any output? I guess we should probably add some text to that. Yeah, so that's telling us which test case it's failing in.
Right, so test client ML line 37 theoretically is where the big issue
That's
is,
probably
right?
just our assertion, if I had to guess.
Ah, okay.
The other thing we could do is we could try to raise format.print.
And you're right. Yeah, I think it is the assertion, like the check pool. Yep.
And we'll try that, see if that works any better.
Here. Ooh, that's how we know we're into like really some deep debugging.
All right, so we're getting an error. Okay. I know exactly what this is from. This is a JSON deserialization problem, as I suspected. There is a newer version of this library that I don't like as much because it raises exceptions rather than wrapping in results, but I think it might have better error messages. But I've hit this enough to know what's going on here. So this is basically telling us, despite no helpful information, that we are not deserializing our manifest group correctly.
Okay. And that does sound like a bug that maybe we want to save for next time.
Yep, that's what I was going to suggest. So I'm going to write ourselves a little to do. And let's just say like up here.
Toto.
Bug with deserializing manifest. Actually, I want to go grab that actual type. Okay, perfect. Alrighty. Well, we've got this is actually a lot of progress.
Yeah, huge amount. Yeah, this is awesome.
So sweet. Hell yeah, man. We're getting there. We got OCaml in the repo now. We've got asynchronous tests. We've got our fetch hook wired up. Starting to think about our consumer facing API.
Yeah,
dig it.
Yeah, this was great. A lot of progress.
I dig it.
Yeah.
Sweet, man. Well, chat, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. As always, super appreciate it. If you're into what you're watching here, I stream OCaml content every morning, well, every Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Feel free to check that out. And if not, we'll catch you next Tuesday.
Yeah, I just gave you some shout outs and everything, right? That way people know what channel it is, how to leave a lurk, how to leave a follow, etc. And yeah, this is awesome, man. I'm really stoked. Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. This is great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm learning too here. Bunch of the stuff I haven't worked with, so
Yeah.
awesome. Well, I will talk to you next week then.
Yep. Have a good one. Have a great rest of your night. Don't forget the trash, and don't forget those nacho fries.
True. Oh, so true.
Oh yeah.
See you, Chris.
Yep. Later. Have a great rest of your night. Cheers. All right. Yeah. That was awesome. Yep. Disconnect there. Sweet. Yeah, that was good stuff. Yeah, that was really awesome. I can stop the recording now. Anyone have any questions or any follow-ups that we should address, etc.? I'm definitely getting hungry. I want to eat some fried chicken here soon. I gotta fire up the fryer. Gotta flip the chicken so it finishes thawing. But happy to answer any questions you might have about Vexilla or, how many more sessions I think we might have. I'm thinking we're making some really good progress. We're like maybe 2, possibly 3 sessions away from finishing the OCaml SDK. Yeah, this is pretty good. And it's involving a lot of just like learning on my part. I'm learning a whole bunch about OCaml. How similar it is to Elixir is just amazing to me, actually. It's kind of really cool. But yeah. We can switch to the right scene here. There we go. And yes, this is how I've actually been watching streams. So I've got a little bit of a delay when DM Mulroy like changes screens. So I'm not necessarily like right there on the pulse of all the changes he makes. But I get there eventually. And yeah, this is awesome. Just learning a whole bunch about how to build this stuff out. Really cool. Now, here's the next bit. Who should we go raid? There's a stream that I have reconciled with, but I think they've forgotten that I'm still banned over there. So I wouldn't be able to raid them even if I tried, which is kind of a bummer. So I'll send them a message so that I can actually raid them in the future. But instead, who should we go raid? I'm seeing Richard Zampiri is prototyping a solution. I don't know a solution to what. We see Coding with Strangers. Go dot yourself. Heyo. Hack Smarter. Productive Time killing it. Oh, they did a merch release and they're 3 days away from their birthday. We see Nikwan Datasci. We have not had a chance to raid Nikwan for a while. He is doing his Big Data Bowl team huddle. And I believe Big Data Bowl is basically, he creates like somewhat of a hackathon for doing like data stuff. So really cool. We should go raid Nikwan Datasci. If I could type. Datasci. Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, he's very cool. He is very much into like teaching and helping people learn data science, etc. He works for the Cincinnati Reds, like the baseball team, doing data analysis, right? Like the Moneyball guy. He is the Moneyball guy at the Cincinnati Reds. And that's really kind of cool, isn't it? So yeah, let's go see what he's talking about. He's going to try and teach us some, some machine learning, data science kind of stuff. And yeah, should be good. If you want to participate in his hackathon, you don't have to be an expert. It's actually all about like the learning, right? So hugely useful. Let's go say hi to him. I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you everyone on YouTube for lurking. Like just huge. I really appreciate the hanging out on the YouTube portion of things. I hope y'all learned some OCaml stuff too. I'll be here tomorrow. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. And yeah, I will see the YouTube people later. I'm going to end that stream now.